Good morning, everyone. Have a great week.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Guys, I think in the last Friday you have done with the TypeScript, and today in the morning session we are going to discuss one topic called. We are going to discuss a theoretical topic of before jumping to the concept of Angular. Before jumping or before starting the concept of Angular, we should have some theoretical knowledge what is Angular is all about. So that we are going to discuss in morning session as a concept session. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So let me take the concept session first. Once the concept session is over, then anybody required to take in the breakout room will do that. So for a time being, you concentrate in the main session only, where we are going to have a concept session for 1.5 hour or 2 hours on a particular topic called single page application on Angular, and then whoever required to go to the breakout room will send them. Okay. See, first thing is what? See, why we have learned TypeScript? Because TypeScript is the language used in Angular. Why you have learned TypeScript? Because TypeScript is the language which is used in Angular application. What is Angular? Can anybody tell me what is Angular? Anybody have any idea what is Angular?
So it is single page web application.
Yeah, it is a single page. It is not a single page web application. It's a single page framework for creating a web application. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So can anybody define what is framework? What we call it as framework? Any idea?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, tell me, Roshan.
Okay. Yes, so the framework is like it is written like if you use Angular framework, it is written in JavaScript. So it is like an extension for a program which makes it
No.
like all the modules
Yeah.
are already there.
Yes. In a better way, what we can say, framework is the way of doing something. Suppose there is a backend framework is there. So in a backend you have a Hibernate framework, you have a Spring framework, you have a Spring Boot framework. In a front end you have a the Bootstrap framework, you have a Angular framework, you have a React framework, you have a Vue.js framework. Okay, there are different for different part of creating web application. There are different frameworks are available. Framework is a well-defined way of doing something. Well-defined way of doing something. So whenever you are going to create a web application or UI design with Angular framework, you need to have the knowledge of Angular. Whenever you want to create a UI with Bootstrap, you need to have the knowledge of Bootstrap. How to do how in a Bootstrap we are going to create the UI. Whenever you are going to create an application with React, you should know the React. Then only you can create a web app or UI with a React. So that's what here in today's world, the most two important or the most two well-known or most popular two framework for UI is React and Angular. Okay, so these both the things would be the part of your syllabus and you will be learning those things. Got it? And now Angular is a framework. That means with the Angular, you are going to create the UI design. Any idea why Angular come into picture? Why Google have created a framework like Angular, or any app which is designed by Angular? Any example can you give, guys? Do you have any app? which is
YouTube, Gmail,
Sorry.
YouTube, Gmail.
YouTube, Gmail, YouTube is now transferring to Angular. Yes, YouTube, Gmail, and the most important, the most popular app which is created in Angular is called Google Map. Google Map is a Angular framework based UI application, but the UI part of the Google Map is being done through Angular. Okay. See, in a Google Map, whenever you are going to navigate from one place to another place, the page loading has to be faster. So whenever your application demand performance, the loading of the page you want faster, you should not respond late. Whenever this is your requirement, you should opt a Angular for that. Okay. So why? Because Angular is a single page application. And what is single page application? What is multi-page application? All these things you are going to discuss in detail. Okay. So TypeScript is the programming language of Angular, and it is the superset of the JavaScript. Okay. So can anybody tell me what is the difference between TypeScript and JavaScript? Any idea?
JavaScript is the
Hmm?
TypeScript static language and JavaScript dynamic.
Yeah, static data type language and JavaScript dynamic data type language. Okay, fine. Any other significant difference?
So JavaScript is TypeScript is typed language. JavaScript is dynamic. We have to define the data type.
Yeah, data type. Yeah, so in a TypeScript, you have to give the type of the data all the time. Otherwise, it will not work with a variable. But in JavaScript, if you don't give the variable type also, it will work. It's a dynamic type dynamic type of data language. Okay, fine. Anything else?
TypeScript is object-oriented programming.
Based on execution, based on the execution, what
Yeah,
is
it
the difference?
catches the error during the runtime and saves the time.
Yeah, this is the most important, what is it called? Difference between JavaScript and TypeScript. When you write a JavaScript, you can see the error in JavaScript only in the browser. When you do inspect, then when you go to console, there we are going to see the, what is it called? What error has happened. But in JavaScript, error can be, in TypeScript, error you can see it in the console itself. So that a developer task would be easier. Developer will not have to go to the browser and not have to load the page, and then they don't have to go to inspect, and so that's a time consuming procedure. So but in a TypeScript, when you want to write a UI, when you design your web page with Angular, in a console you will see whether it is giving any error or not, rectify it, and then again load it. Got it? Like that. Okay, with this thing keep in mind, let's start off today's session, which we are going to discuss. So this session, the morning session, is purely theoretical session. There is no practical associated with it. So, but this theory is also important. Okay, so unless and until you are understood this theory, you will not be able to conceptualize what is Angular is all about. And without conceptualize how Angular works, the learning of Angular would be incomplete. Okay. So let me share my screen. Yeah. So over here, what it is telling, which website do you think provides a better experience, Facebook or Medium? So we all know Facebook is a what type of application, what we do with it. It's a social media application. What about Medium? Are you familiar with the Medium website? Do you guys know this?
No, sir.
No. So Medium is a blogger application. It is a blogging application. Okay. So where the people is interact with each other. Okay. So Facebook is a social media application and Medium is nothing but a blogger application. Now, Facebook is written in Angular, and Medium is not, it is written in a multi-page application in a normal framework. Okay. Now, since Facebook is written in Angular and Medium is not written in Angular, what is the difference between these two because of using a framework Angular and because of not using a framework Angular? That we are going to see.
Sir,
Yeah.
Facebook is written in Angular or React?
No, part of the Facebook is written in Angular. Okay, not fully, part, because there is an option called, there is a news feed of Facebook is written in Angular framework. Okay, where the videos of the news feed is going to be dynamically loaded, and you don't have to wait for loading time. Got it? The total Facebook may not be written in the Angular, but there are part of the, see, Facebook is a very big application. Different functionalities are there, and some different functionalities of Facebook use different framework. Got it? Medium is a blogging application which is not written in framework, but in which framework it is written, that is not been told over here, so no need to worry. Okay, now over here, see, this is a video where the news feed of the website is demonstrated. This is a video where the news feed of the website is demonstrated. If I run it, see it. So what we are doing over here, we are scrolling up, scrolling down. We are seeing the videos in the news feed, and we are giving comment. And whenever you are scrolling down, the new videos are loading very fast without having any response time. Why is that? Because the news feed part of the Facebook is written in Angular, and when it is Angular, it is a single page application. And when it is a single page application, the communication between the user and the client is asynchronous or based on JSON or through Ajaxified call. Because of that reason, it is becoming faster. So all these things we are going to discuss, do not to worry. Okay, we'll go for the next thing. Yeah. Now over here, this is the second video where we are seeing the Blogger usage. What is doing in Blogger? We are just reading it something, and we are writing a response for that. Now see, whenever you are doing the task in Blogger, it is taking time. It is taking time. It is a time consuming. So means response time is less. Why is that so? Because it is not a single page application. It is a multi-page application. So the most important, what is it called, difference between the multi-page application and single page application is response time. So user interaction with a server would be less when it is a single page application. User interaction with server would be more if it is a multi-page application. Is that clear with all of you guys? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, have you observed the checkout process of PayPal and the Paytm? In which of these websites do you see the circle spin while loading the content? See, whenever you are going, suppose you are going to go for online shopping, and once you have finalized the cart, what you are going to buy from the online store, then you are going to, at the end, you want to make a payment so that the product get delivered to you. Okay. Now, what is the payment gateway we'll be using? Most of the time, PayPal or Paytm. Okay. Now, see, whenever we are going to make the payment, so this is suppose payment gateway, or this is the UI for the payment. So you are going to make the payment, you are going to give the necessary information, and the payment would be done. Now this payment can be a single page payment or can be a multi-page payment. So when this payment UI is a multi-page application, which is not an Angular based, then what will happen? Every request is going to create a new page. Every request is going to create a new page. So suppose in a particular one time, if 2000 people are trying to make the payment, So the 2000 page would be created by the server. So will it not make a network traffic? Don't you think so? See, in a multi-page application, when we are going to make a payment from the payment gateway, if on the same time 2000 payment is to made, so 2000 separate page would be created if your payment UI is being made through multi-page application way, not in an Angular way. But if you do the same thing, with a single page application way, what will happen? At the same time, though 2000 people are willing to make the payment, but for every request there would not be a separate page. The same page would be loaded for all the 2000 people with the different instances. The instances would be different, but the page would be one. So this way, the network traffic we can avoid. So that is also one of the advantage of single page application. Is it okay? Are you guys with me? Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now let's now observe the GitHub. And so what we are trying to set it up over here, we are trying to set up the context why we should learn Angular. That is what we are discussing here. Okay, so what is the advantage of going a single page application way of creating web page rather than multi-page way of application? But it doesn't mean that always single page is recommended. Okay, so there are some situations where you have to go with multi-page application. There are some situations you should go for single page application. There are pros and cons for both the way. That we are going to learn in upcoming slide, don't worry. But for a performance wise, the single page application is better. When the application is not very large in content, then it is better to go with single page application because it gives you better performance. Okay. Now over here, see, this is a, what is it called? This is a GitHub application. So same thing in a GitHub application, when you click a link, it is going to give you a new page. And in that new page, you are going to either read the page or you are going to make a request from that new page to another page. So when you are going to make a request or when you are going to click a link from one page to another page, a separate page is going to be invoked, and that page will come over here, and that is going to give you a response time more. Okay. Now there is another example which is called Google Font. Google Font is the way when you are going to make the first request to the Google Font, all the content is going to get loaded and it is going to be in the cache. Whenever you see, Google Font is also an application. It is a website where you are going to see already we have used the Google API fonts. No, so for the so where we are using that Google API fonts in our HTML and CSS from this site. And in this site, when I am going to load the home page for this site, it's going to load all the different fonts for you, and that would be stored in the cache. Now, when you go for the second request, suppose from the 100 font, I want to select a particular font and I want to see the look and feel of that font. When you customize your selection and when you do the second or third request, then the request will not go to the server. So request will be there in the cache, and from the cache, it is going to display the customized content which you are looking for. Okay, so this is a faster or this is a slower in performance. If your content is present in the cache in your local system browser, and from the cache, if your content is getting displayed or it is not hitting the server and not fetching the data from the server, so it is a response time would be less or more?
Less.
It would be less. It would be less. Okay. So this is also one of the process how we can make our website. See, sometimes what we see, we are going to suppose in mobile, we are going to surf a website and the power goes off. Still, we can go to the another page of the website and we can see the content. The internet is not there. Still, we can go to visit other page and we can see. How it is possible? Because the website got loaded in the cache. So page 1, page 2, page 3 are there in the cache. So though I have lost the connection of the internet, still the static content of the page 2 and page 3 I can see because it was there in the cache. So cache is always gives you a better performance of your website because you no need to go to the server and no need to come back with the server's reference, which will reduce the turnaround time. So over here, this is another way by which you can increase the performance of your website. So this is what Angular does for us in a better way. Break the single page application into component hierarchy. So now that there is over here, there is a new term, component. What is component? Is the see, whenever you are going to create an Angular application or Angular UI, we are always will be creating the component. So what is component? We are going to discuss. Don't worry. So see, in a single page application means it is a component based architecture. Means you are going to create in a programming terms, component or class. In a programming term, component are TypeScript classes. Okay, and TypeScript classes mean it is going to have some content within it. So it can have data and it can have function. Okay, now see, component are the part of the page, part of the web page. Suppose you have a home page. You have a home page. In a home page, you have a header, you have a footer, and you have a left hand side section, middle section, and right hand side section. So what you can do, the total page you can segregate into multiple components. So what we'll have, you are going to have the header component, you are going to have the footer component, you are going to have the left side component, the middle component, and right side component. Okay, and whenever in a single page, whenever you are going to request the home page, what will happen? For the home page, what are the components are there that would be displayed in your page. So header component would be top, footer component would be in the bottom, left hand side would be in the left hand side of the page, right hand side component would be right hand side, and the middle component. So that you are going to, the design would be in such a way so that whenever I am requesting a home page, all its component with all its layout is going to be displayed on your page. So that's why component is nothing but it is a section or part of the web page, and component is a combination of, it can have some picture, it can have some text, it can have some link, it can have some order list. So whatever it may be, it is a part of, see how we learn div. Div is nothing but it's a division or it is a section of the web page. Similar fashion, component are the part of the web page which is going to be written in a TypeScript class, and through the component only we are going to create the single page application. How? I'll discuss.
All right.
Now,
sorry. Before moving into that, have you got an idea about multi-page application and single page application?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So answer my question. The topic, first, the word I want to introduce in our discussion is multi-page application. We are into web application, no doubt in that. In web application, we have some category of application. We call it as multi-page application. Example?
Normal websites like Medium and the
Blog websites.
Asif, can you go to previous slide, 5th slide?
Yeah.
That
Previous.
PayPal and Paytm.
Which one, Sangeeta?
Previous. Next. The payment, the payment page, the not Medium. Leave it. So listen. Whenever we discussed on presentation, I used to say header page, header.html, footer.html, contact.html, index.html. Let's assume if I have some 7 HTML page all together put into one application. So which we also can call it as multi-page application. Whereas when it comes to dynamism, so dynamic adding, have you experienced this type of PayPal? Not even some 4 or 5 years back. the payment page, you will get a separate page of payment. So you will be loading the product first, then it will go to confirming the order, then it will go to payment page, then various types of payment, then your order will be placed. This is an example of multi-page. What is happening? So for the first time, I am in, let's assume, Flipkart or Amazon. I am confirming an order. After that, we are in initially product page, then it is going to confirming the order page. Once it is confirmed, it is again taking to the payment page, there where will be various categories of payment. So there we will choose credit card, debit card with respective to bank, and then we finally making a confirmation. So here, every time when I am doing a payment process, it is navigating to different web pages. Every time when the user gives a request, different URL gets loaded in an address bar and you are getting a different page. That is, if it is different URL, different request is hitting to the server. And the server is returning back the whole page. Entire page is sending from server to client. It can be confirmation order or it can be a payment page, whatever. So for sure, this increases whatever the performance factor we discussed. So right now, due to these drawbacks, one thing is server not notes to reload the page every time to minimize the request to server. Catchy from the client side itself. Until otherwise the information is obsolete. If the information is obsolete, no other go. The content needs to refresh from server. Due to these drawbacks, we are moving from multi-page application to single-page application. What is single page? There were a lot of factors associated with single page. So in single page, we have a lot of components. We will break the pages into components. Here, whether the entire page will get loaded?
No, ma'am.
I'll show you an example. Sorry, I'm stopping your screen share. So randomly, hope you can see my screen. Have you experienced this type of screen ever? Confirming the order?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's assume you are providing an email ID and you are clicking a continue. Do you think entire page gets reloaded?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No,
So
ma'am.
only what? The first portion. So when I give my email ID and continue, it will go to my Flipkart server and it will check my email ID whether it is there or not. The thing is, I can say instead of entire page, only this block. Technically, we call it as component. After this, I am submitting a delivery address. So when I give a delivery address, only this delivery address component alone will be stored in my database. Finally, order summary. Finally, the payment option. So instead of reloading the entire page, only the respective component gets refreshed, so that we are reducing lots of load to server and we are minimizing the time. Whatever the performance factor we were discussing from the beginning will be achieved by this. So instead of reloading the entire page, in my page, I'm going to have 4 components. Every time based on the user request, the respective component alone will be triggered on my server. Such type of application we are going to build. Listen carefully, all of you. So we are getting into the world of Angular. You can't even miss one particular file or one particular block. Then you will lose the continuity flow. The first session is purely about introduction to single page. Why we are going for single page and what is the reason of Angular? Why the Angular comes into picture. So after that, we will get into how to create an application in Angular. and then structure of Angular and so on. We will traverse entirely with Angular. So listen carefully. You got it? Point number one, multi-page application. We are moved to single page. In single page, we have various components. Every time entire page will not get reloaded, only the respective component which I wanted to load, that alone gets loaded from the server. By the way, I am reducing lots of crucial performance factor. I'm improving the lot. Any doubt? Shall we get into the topic?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
aware of technical terms of Angular. Yes, Hasib, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta. Where are we? Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah, let's get into the topic.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so what we will be discussing over here. So what are the topic we will be discussing? As per Sangeeta ma'am said, the why Angular come into picture. So to change multi-page application into single page application. This is the reason Angular come into picture, which gives us performance. Okay. Now, what is multi-page application? See, example of multi-page application. Suppose e-commerce sites like what is it called? Like Amazon. Amazon is a multi-page application, and Google Map is a single page application. So these are the different example of multi-page application and single page application. When to go for multi-page, when to go for single page, we'll be learning that. Okay. So apart from that, justify the need of components to build a single page application. See, we need to know in a single page application why we will be dealing with component. So that we'll get to know. Apply the principles used to break down the user interface into components. So in a single page application, we are going to break the page in a multiple sections, and these multiple sections are called as component. Demonstrate how to break down the UI into component. We are going to learn we are going to break down the UI into component and all these things. So one thing I would like to demonstrate you what single page and multi-page application looks like, means how it is get loaded from the server. So for that purpose, what I will do, we have a paint file over here. So this one. Okay. So here we have a home page. Home.html. And here we have a about page, suppose, or contact page. Contact.html. Okay. Now in the home.html, what we have? We are going to have the header part. So this is the header part where I'm going to have this one. Header part, it will have some HOME, home link, and then contact link. Suppose 2-page application it is. Same thing will be here in the contact.html also. So it is having what? Home and contact. Now both now home page is having a body where it is going to describing about the company. Suppose here I am writing the content over here is home or about the company. About the company. Now in the contact page, what will be the content of the contact? Suppose addresses. Here it would be addresses. And then it will have the footer portion. Both the page is having suppose footer portion. What is there in the footer? I am not writing, just writing the footer portion by naming it as footer. Okay, can you guys tell me it is a multi-page application or single page application?
Multi-page.
It is a multi-page application because you have a page where you have when you click on home menu, it will go to the home page. When you click on the contact menu, it will go to the contact page. Now, same application, how to make a single page application? Any idea how we can make a multi-page this multi-page application into single page? What we are supposed to do? Any idea?
If you click on home, it will pop up the window of contact.html like that.
No. See, what you have to do, you have to create the component. You need to create the component of the header. You need to create the component of the about body, and you need to create the component of the footer. So now, the header component is common. These two are same, right? Is it not?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it not?
Yes,
So
sir.
these two are also same. Is it not?
Yes, sir.
Now, is about the company body of the home, is it the same as the address component? No. So for that, so can you tell me how many components you should create so that in a single page you are going to have all the components for both the page? How many components you need to create?
Four components. Four
Yeah,
components.
so one is header, another one
Second
is
is
footer,
footer.
which are common in both the page, and there is a body of the home and there is a body of the
Address.
contact. So I'm going to create this 4 component. Now what I will do in a single page, what will happen? In a single page, what will happen? When you click on the home component would be displayed in the home in the header section, and for the home, the about the company component would be displayed over here, and the footer would be displayed. Now, whenever I am going to create a contact, can you tell me what will happen? What component is going to change with the address component? Any idea?
About the company.
Yeah. So that means you have now here you have only one page. Here you have only one page. One page. But in the one page, I have a multiple component. So when I am going to click the home, so what will happen? The header component would be displayed over there, which is home and this one. And then the component which is going to be displayed below this, it is nothing but about company. And at the end, it is going to display the, someone was asking something, footer component. So now, whenever what will happen, any idea when you click on the contact link, what will happen in that case?
About the company will change to addresses.
Yeah. So is the whole page is changing?
No, sir.
No. So header is as it is there, footer is as it is there. Only this part, which was this one, which was the body of the home, is going to be replaced with the body of the contact. That's it. In the single page, based on your request, you are changing the content, and it looks like a multiple page, but actually in the single page, based on the shuffling of the component, the page is changing. The page changing behavior you are going to see. Is it okay, guys? Understood, all of you?
Yes, sir.
So what we have done for, suppose I have a 20 pages, means 20 page, suppose I want to create a 20 pages. So for the 20 pages, what are the component required? I am going to create that component, and then I'm going to just shuffle the component in the page, and I'm going to create a new page. Actually, I'm not creating a new page. I'm just changing the component inside the page, and we are getting a look and feel of the new page. Is it clear with all of you? So which is better? From the home page, if I click on contact link, and I am loading a new page, this is better? Or whenever I'm clicking on the contact, the header and footer would be there as it is. Only the body part of the home is going to change with address. So which is the faster in your general knowledge? Which would be the faster?
Single
That
page
one
application.
page.
Single
Second
page
and
application
one
would be
page.
faster, because here you are not changing the whole page. It is calling the server in a adjectivified way, way, and the component which already loaded in the browser, that is going to be changed, and that way it is always faster than multi-page application. Okay, this is why we are learning Angular now, which is nothing but single page application. All of you clear with this? Any questions on this? See, normally we may have 20 pages, but that the template of the 20 pages may look like same. Maybe all the 20 pages will have header, all the 20 pages will have footer, all the 20 pages will have the same carousel. So instead of loading the same carousel for every page multiple times, let it be on the one page. Only the component change we will make it happen, so that we are going to get a look and feel of the new page. So with single page we can do that. Okay, is it clear, guys? Okay, fine. We'll go for the next now. So over here, what we'll do. So these are the things is our agenda. Now, left hand side is a single page application, and right hand side is the multi-page application. Can you tell me what are these in a multi-page? See, you have a different section. Like a div, you have a different section, and these different sections are nothing but considered as the component of the multi-page. Okay, and in a multi-page, page would be one. Only the shuffling of the component will take place, and which is going to give a new content to your web page without requesting a fresh page to the server, and which may take longer time. Without doing that, partial rendering of the page will take place based on the component, and which is going to be a smoother surfing of the website. Okay, now the example of multi-page application. Amazon is a example of multi-page application. When you are dealing with a very complex application, when you are dealing with a application where data is huge and enormous, then the single page application will not be a good idea. That means in that case, you need to create thousands of components. So that will not be a good idea whenever application is too complex and too big, and when it is dealing with a huge amount of data. Don't go for single page at that time. Like Amazon is a very complex website where more than 12 crore product is being displayed. So for this purpose, single page will not be a good idea. You have to go for multi-page application only. When you go for multi-page, when the application is very big. Now, what are the multi-page applications? Multi-page application are traditional web application that reload the entire page and display the new one when a user interacts with the web page. See over here, when you click on the home, it is going to request in the server, suppose domain name /home.html. So it's going to request to the server domain name is www.abc.com/home.html. So for that request, home page will get loaded. So how it get loaded? It will that request www.abc.com/home.html. That request go to server. Server finds that page from the server, and then it sends back to the client and user. It is going to get rendered. Similarly, when you click on the contact menu, for that contact menu, again one link will be created, www.abc.com/contact.html. So every new page which you are requesting to the server is nothing but a new link. And for that new link, the page is going to get rendered from the server. So that is what the multi-page application way of working. Okay. Okay. It consists of several pages with static information. So what are static information, guys? In a web page, what are called as static information?
Text image.
Yeah, text, images, these are called as
Not changing.
Sorry?
Sir, which is not getting updated,
Yeah, which is not dynamic, which is not changing.
Yeah, which is not dynamic.
Which is not dynamic, which is not changing. So these are called static information. So every page is content. Every page is a container of images. Every page is a container of text. Every page is a container of hyperlink. So these are all the static content of the web page. So in a multi-page application, you will have a several page with all this content. Multi-page application generally have large data and complex architecture. Just now what we said, like Amazon, it's a very large and very complex application. So when it is a very large and complex, you should go with the multi-page application, because in a large application, if you are bother of creating component, you may land up creating thousands and thousands of component, which is going to give you a which is not being what is it called, which is going to be difficult for a developer to create that thousands of component for an application. So for a simpler application where the performance you want to increase, go for the single page application we are designing. Each time the data is exchanged, a new page is requested. So that just now what we have discussed, whenever so in a multi-page application, one page will request another page will request another page. So like that way, the navigation of one page to another page will take place. This process takes time so it is a takes time because every time the whole page is getting rendered from the server. So that means the turnaround time is more. Most large scale e-commerce apps are built in, though it is a time consuming, but though it is not faster, but still we are going to use MPA for the complex application, which architecture is very complex. For those kind of scenario, we'll go for the MPA only. Now, what is the multi-page application lifecycle? In a multi-page application lifecycle, client from the browser is going to request a page by the URL. Based on that URL is hit the server. Based on the URL, server is going to find the HTML page, and that HTML page as a response it sends back to the client. So once the client gets the HTML page from the first request, from that HTML page, if you click on any link, again that request is go back to server, and for that click on link or for that click on form, then the server is going to again search that page for that request, whether it is a post, get or anything, and then it is again gives back to the HTML page. Another HTML page which is ready for that request in the server is going to be send it back again to the client. So this is the multi-page application lifecycle, how the web page is getting rendered from the server. Initial request, page is going to get loaded in the client machine. From the page, if the page is having some form, so the user is going to give some detail of is going to enter the detail of the form, and then the user is going to submit the form. Submit the form means posting the data. For the posting, with the data taken by the form, it is going to hit the server, and server takes the data from the form, and based on the data, a dynamic page which is already there in the server is going to get rendered to the client. So this is how actually the multi-page application lifecycle looks like. In a multi-page application, see here, the pages would be ready. The pages would be ready with us. So how many, suppose suppose I am going to, for my application, I am going to create 100 pages. So all the pages would be ready, and for based on your request, then the specific pages is going to get loaded in the client machine. Okay. Now multi-page application architecture is what? In a multi-page application, there would be a UI level architecture. UI level means front end, which will be having HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So already we know HTML, CSS, JavaScript are the client-side programming language through which we are going to create a web pages. Now UI is going to interact to the business or application layer. So business or application layer means where your programming logic would be there, where your business logic would be there. Business logic of the application will be written in a server-side programming. It can be a Java, it can be a Ruby, it can be a Python, okay, it can be a C++. So it can be any server-side programming language which is going to have the business logic of your application. And on bottom of it, you are going to have the storage layer where you are going to, where your business layer is going to communicate to the data which is there in the database. So this is the three-tier architecture of multi-page application, three-tier architecture where you are going to create an application with a multi-page architecture way. Is there any question for till now, guys? Is it clear? See, a web pages, what we are creating, definitely it has a client server architecture. So client server architecture means what? Client who is seeing the pages in the browser, and server means who is producing the pages to the client. So unless and until, see, you are as a developer, you are going to create the application and put that application in the server, and this server is a system which is connected in the internet. The client is going to consume the pages from the server by requesting the URL. Got it? So every web application is nothing but follows the client server architecture. So if you have created an application and you save your application in a machine as a server in Bangalore somewhere. So from the USA, client can visit that server with a link, with a proper link and he can serve the pages from that server to his machine in the client side. Pros and cons of the MPA. This is very important. Whenever you are going to work in a company, that time you have to decide what type of application it is, and I should go for which approach, multi-page application approach or single page application approach. So what is the pros? What are the advantage of multi-page application, and cons, what are the disadvantage? Pros is very good and easy for proper SEO management. Any idea, anybody knows, if I create an application in a multi-page way, why SEO management would be easier? Any idea? Have you come across the time SEO, search engine optimization?
More keywords to match.
Yes. See, whenever you see the SEO is a way, SEO is a process where based on the keyword you are going to search a page. So when you have a different page with a different keyword, means different title, different heading, different heading, different content. So when you have the page with a different content, the searching of the page with a different content would be easier. But if you have the single page with a different component, the searching would be difficult because keyword would be less, or the text which is going to distinguish that page from the other component would be a difficult. So that's why SEO would be a good option. So if you want your application to go SEO friendly and SEO is your first priority for your application, then you go for MPA. Provides a visual map of the web app to the user. So in a multiple page, you are going to get a visual map. So there are suppose there are 20 pages are there in the application, and every page has a name by its functionality, and that name of the pages is going to give you a visual map which page is doing what, and to traverse the pages you are going to use the links. Easily scalable, that is no limitation to adding new content. So easily scalable means what? Now I have a 20-page website. I want to add some more pages. I'm going to add another 20 pages. So no problem in that, no harm in it. What are the cons? Comparatively complex development. So when you learn the single page application Angular, you will find it that the complexity of creating single page application is lesser than the multi-page application. Front-end, back-end development are tightly coupled. So in a multi-page application, front-end means HTML, CSS, JavaScript, back-end means Java. So these are tightly coupled. So every page which is communicating to the server or which is communicating to the backend are tightly coupled. They are not loosely coupled. So in any application which you are building, one criteria for developing the application is make a different component loosely coupled so that one component can be interdependent on other component, interlinked on other component, but not tightly coupled. It should not, it should be means only separate UI testing you can do, only separately backend testing also you should do. Why? Because they are loosely coupled, they are not interdependent on each other. They are interconnected but not dependent. No option to use the same backend for more. This is a very important cons which is there in the MPA. In MPA, whenever you are going to create an application, the server-side coding of the MPA does not support in a mobile application. So that is one disadvantage. Low flexibility. Low flexibility means what? It is not, see, in a component-based single-page application, your whatever you are displaying to the browser, to the client, it is flexible. That means it's going to change accordingly as per your requirement. But for MPA, it is not that much flexible. And the cost of changes while adding a new functionality. See, in a multi-page application, the writing of the code would be more. And when the writing of the code would be more, the developer will take more time, and the cost of the development will be bigger than the single page application architecture. Guys, any questions? Okay, now there is an example. Yeah, tell me.
Sir, what exactly this tightly coupled and loosely coupled means?
See, tightly coupled means tightly coupled and loosely coupled. What example I should give you? See, tightly coupled means there are two components which are interconnected but not interdependent. This is the best terminology which I can use it. Okay, there are two components which are interconnected. That means one component is communicating to the another component and fetching data from the another component. Fine, but individual, they have their own existence. Okay, they are not interdependent. To have the existence of one component, I should not have bother about other component. So that is called tightly coupled and loosely coupled. Getting?
And sir, what is a mobile, not supporting mobile?
Yeah, mobile application means what? See, in a multi-page application, when you are going to create a backend programming in Java, so that same Java you cannot use it in the mobile app. But in a Angular, if you create a web application, the same web application, same coding, you can go for making it mobile app also. Means in a Angular, you are going to create a web application, same web application you can convert to mobile app without much changing of the code. But in a multi-page application, if you have a backend coding Java, that you cannot convert it so easily to the mobile app. It does not get supported.
Okay.
Yeah. There is an example, Airbnb. Airbnb is a site which is nothing but example of single page application. So single page means it will have multiple components. Okay. So the content, how it is going to change in the single page? By changing the component or by shuffling the component. All the components are ready. Whenever you are going to request a page, index.html, which is the single page, with that single page, all the component is going to get loaded in your browser. And then whenever you are going to see the different content of the page, the what is it called? The component is going to get changed and it is going to give you a new content of the page. Now, this is very important. What are single page application? Single page applications consist of just one single page that works inside a browser and does not require a page reloading during use. Can anybody explain me why single page does not require page reloading?
Because it only reloads the content we have opted. It will not reload the static content of the page.
Yes.
Sir,
Hmm.
sir, can you explain once again about coupling? What means? What is loosely coupling?
See, loosely coupling means I'll tell you. See, suppose I want to call Anil. Suppose I want to call Anil. Now I have Anil number and I have Sunil number also. Now, so I can call Anil, I can call Sunil, no problem. But if I have a Anil number, I don't have Sunil number, but Anil is having Sunil number. So that means to call Sunil, I need to call Anil and get the Sunil number. So this is called tightly coupled. That means Sunil is tightly coupled with Anil. Without calling Anil and getting the number from the Anil, I cannot call Sunil. But if I have the both the number Anil and Sunil, whenever I want to call anybody, there is no interdependency. I can call directly. So that is one example. You can consider it as a tightly coupling and loosely coupling. Loose couple means what? There is an Anil existence, Sunil existence. I want to talk any one of them. So I am not bothered about I want to call any one of them. I don't have to call Anil to get the Sunil number because I am having both the number with me. But if I have Anil number, I don't have Sunil number, but Anil is having Sunil number. To communicate to Sunil, I need to take a interdependency of Anil. So that way Anil and Sunil is tightly coupled, not loosely coupled. Is it clear your understanding?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So means there is an individual existence and they work by their own and they are not they're interlinked but not interdependent. Anil also knows Sunil, Sunil also know Anil, no problem. And I am also having both their number. I can call any one of them. They are not interdependent. But when I have Anil number, not Sunil number, then Sunil is dependent on Anil so that I can communicate to him. Yeah. Next thing, SPA represents the content in easy, elegant, effective way as it loads all the content on a single page rather than navigating the user to different page. Can anybody explain this point? What it is telling?
Sir, it's not when we click on any link or anything that it's not navigating us to the new page. It just it's reload the component which is on that same page.
Yes, correct. Okay. Now, third point, SP are faster than traditional web application. Of all the way from the beginning, we are discussing this only. So no need to dig our head more on this. After the initial page load, only the data is sent back and forth instead of the entire HTML page. That reduces the bandwidth. Can anybody explain this point? After the initial page load, only the data sending and receiving will take place, not the page content. How it is possible? Any idea, guys?
Yes, because we are loading the entire page for just one time, and after that we are just giving the information through the component. So the component, what exactly does is the receiving the information, passing it to the server, and getting the information.
Yeah.
Server,
So on the first request, all the component is get loaded in the browser. So if any component changes is required for getting a new content, there is not page load is required. But if there is a data has to be changed, is there any dynamic data needs to be loaded for the different component? For that time, the request and response will take place. Okay. Now the example, Gmail, Google Map, Facebook, GitHub are built on single page application. See, Gmail, Google, Facebook is also in single page application only. Maybe previously it was not in single page, but now they have converted into single page. Okay. I'm not sure what is the framework they have used, React or
React.
React. Yeah, React may be the framework they have used.
Because Facebook has only developed the React.
Yes. Yeah. Now single page approach. See, they are telling page is one and we are just shuffling the component. So from this folder, we are changing the component in the page and we are getting a new content. Now, this is a very important thing, the difference between the life cycle, how actually traditional multi-page life cycle looks like in the left-hand side and how the single page architecture life cycle look like in the right-hand side. Can anybody differentiate these two? which way they are different?
Sir, instead of post, we use the Ajax, and instead of normal data transfer, we use JSON in the SPA.
Yeah. So that means it is a asynchronous call to the server, and based on the asynchronous call, you are going to get the response in the client. So since it is a asynchronous call to the server and asynchronous response, that means full page load is not required. Partial page load is good enough for a particular component to get rendered. Okay. Over here, new page is going to get requested, and you are going to get the new page as a response. But over here, after initial request, one index.html, which is the single page, which is going to get displayed in the client, and henceforth it would be a Ajaxified call, and it would be a JSON request response, which is going to get you and on a single page, it's going to display all your different content. Next is architecture of SPA. Architecture of SPA. See, definitely the UI part is nothing but HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The UI part or the client side part is also called as the presentation layer. So what you are presenting to the client. So what you are presenting to the client, I am presenting HTML page with a CSS styling. So that is the presentation layer. Application layer is what? I am making my presentation dynamic. For that, the application client side application layer is JavaScript. Then JavaScript can communicate to the APIs like JSON server. So already we have learned it in JavaScript, how through JavaScript we can call a API and we can fetch the data, we can post the data, we can get the data and all. So application layer JavaScript can call a API and interact with another API, whether it is a localhost API or whether it is an online API. Then that JavaScript is going to communicate or interact with the data access layer. And data access layer means what? The JSON format or XML format way the data transmission will take place between the JavaScript and the presentation layer. And the data access layer can also take the data offline storage. Can anybody give me the example of offline storage? What we call it as offline storage?
So we were storing in our HTML like JSON file.
Yeah, JSON and XML is not, it is not offline storage. What is offline storage?
MySQL, sir.
Yeah, MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, these are all offline storage, which is the RDBMS, or it can be a MongoDB, Redis, Cassandra, CouchDB, PouchDB, which are nothing but NoSQL. So these are the example of the offline storage. These are the data services where in a JSON and XML format, you are going to transmit the data from the JavaScript to the data access layer. And JavaScript can also communicate to the APIs. Already we have learned how JavaScript communicate to the APIs. Pros and cons of the single page application. Pros, better user experience. Okay, so if it is a faster, user will be happy. Smooth and fast, as there is a less load. Smooth and load would be less, it will be smooth and fast. Easy to develop and deploy. So once you have learned the Angular, you will get to know that through Angular or through React, you can create your application with ease, without much effort. Easy to debug with Chrome. So in a single page application, you can debug it easily because in a compile time, you will get the error. Can be transited to mobile apps. See, you create a web app through single page application way, and that can be converted to mobile app without much difficulty. Can cache any local storage effectively. So through cache also your loading of the pages will be faster, because when the component are being part of the cache, then component shuffling will be takes place faster, because it no need to connect to the server. What are the cons? Disadvantage: perform poorly on the search engine. So already we have discussed MPI is a good in SEO, but SPI is not that much good in SEO, because you will not get that much keyword for the component, because every page will have a heading, header, we will have a title, we'll have a content. but in a component way of creating application, you will not have that detail. So that way, the search engine wise, it is not that much friendly. It is slow to download because heavy client frameworks are required to be loaded to the client. So whenever you will go for, sorry guys, I'm getting some background sound. See, whenever you are going to learn Angular more, you will see whenever you are going to create a skeleton of Angular, there are so much of file is associated, so much of folder is associated with it. So to put your application which is written in Angular in your server, in a live server, it will take some time. It will take some time. It will be little bit heavy for the server. It is less secure compared to the traditional multi-page app because it is cross-site scripting. Okay, it is a less secure. Security-wise, it may not be that much good than multi-page application. SPA is very dependent on JavaScript, and memory leaks in JavaScript can even cause powerful system to slow down. So SPA is very dependent on, see, single page application is dependent on JavaScript. Why? Because single page application written in TypeScript, and TypeScript is nothing but the superset of the JavaScript. So your TypeScript programming of single page application would be converted to JavaScript and the code which you are writing or web page which you are creating from SPA fully on TypeScript, which will be converted automatically to JavaScript. So that means it is a JavaScript independent. It is very much JavaScript independent. Popular framework to build SPA: React, Angular, Vue.js, Polymer. So there are many frameworks are there which is built in SPA architecture. But among them, React and Angular are most popular. Now some question: which of the following website is an example of MPA? Guys?
Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon, MPA, fine. Let's observe the commonalities between the following images. So here they have given some images. What they are telling, Bluetooth in the car and Bluetooth in the mobile. So what is the commonality between these two? Any idea? Left hand side page is not getting loaded. Let it be. Yeah, this one. So Bluetooth in the mobile and Bluetooth in the car. What is the commonality? What is the common in these two?
So we can connect another device to it.
Yeah, you can connect one device to another device. You can share the data. You can share the data. Okay, that is the thing. What is the commonality of the Wi-Fi of AC and the Wi-Fi of TV? What is the commonality? Same thing. Through Wi-Fi AC, you can operate on the AC from a remote, dynamically from your remote. Same thing. TV also with Wi-Fi TV, you can through the remote you can use your TV. Then these are the batteries. There is a car battery and there is a inverter. What is the commonality between these two? So the functionality wise, both are same. It is going to give us the power supply. Let's observe some card component for different website. Are you guys okay? You want some break or shall I continue?
Continue.
Another half an hour it will take to complete
Continuous.
this concept session.
No, sir, continue.
Okay. 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 The thing is that next thing, can you guys tell me what is a card component? What is a card? We call it in a web page. In a web page, what we call it as card? Any idea?
Sir, it's a content which contains like article, header, footer.
Yeah.
Then
So
open it.
the section of the web page, which is a combination of image, combination of text, combination of links. These are the things. This, see what is being highlighted over here. This we can call it as a card. So card is nothing but small portion of the website which will have multiple components together. Which will have multiple. So image is there, text is there, hyperlink is there, then paragraphs is there. So this is nothing but call it as a card. So it is in a website, in a page, you are having a small website like section. So that is, we can call it as a card. So, so this card we can while you are creating an application through Angular, this card type of designing, we are going to make it through component. So over here, this is also a card. Card means this is a section of the web page where multiple different type of HTML elements are there with a content. So these are also, this is also one card, this is also one card, this is also one card, this is also one card. These are the example of the card. So what is the a web page comprises component that can be reused. So this kind of card of the web page we actually write in our Angular as a component. So component are nothing but it can be considered what we see as in the form of card in our web page. The key benefit of creating component to build UIR. So what is the key benefit? What is the key benefit of creating component? Modularity. So one component can, so modularity means, see, already in a first course we have learned modular approach of writing program. So where there would be a function and each function will does his own job, and whenever that job has to happen, we are going to call that function. So similar fashion, in a component way, we are going to have the component class. Component class will have the function. Each function will do some job, and this way it is a modular way of writing UI for through Angular. Reusability. So every component is a class, and whenever you are dealing with a class, that means it is a reusable. Easy to maintain. So maintenance work would be easier whenever you are going to use the create a UI with a single page application way. Easy to test. So with Angular, with React, you are going to get a feature of testing. So you are going to have a different type of code would be allowed for you to do the, see, like Java, you have a JUnit testing. For JavaScript, you have a Jasmine testing. Similarly, for Angular, you have a Karma testing and Jasmine testing. So there are features are already present for Angular to do the testing in a easier way. So already it is there. So these are the advantage of creating UI through component way. And which we are going to make the component most of the time, card-like content, we are going to make it in the component for in Angular. What makes good component? So the component which can be fully tested, considered as a good component. Component which can be accessible everywhere can be called as a good component. Right to left awareness, what is it? I'll come to that later. Support of theming. So a component with support of theming. So when we are going to jump into the real world of the Angular application, that this time would be more clearer to you. Now over here, can you tell me, guys, what you are getting from the left hand side picture? What it is representing with this picture? What information you can, what input or insight you can get it from this picture? Anybody?
Sir, instead of 3 gadgets, we can
Little
carry
bit
one
louder.
gadget. Sir, instead of 3 gadgets, we can carry 1 gadget.
No, I can't hear you.
It's a component consisting of different features.
Which are component, guys? In the left hand side picture, which are component?
Sir,
Knife, the scissors, and the saw.
Yeah, and what is page?
Sir, the holder.
Yeah, the tool. The tool. See how the page is got created. Page is a combination of components. So this is a page where you have a knife component, where you have a blade component, where you have a scissor component. So together with a proper layout, you are going to create a page like this, where you are going to use all these individual components. So whenever you are going to create a page, you will start creating the page first, or you are going to start creating the component first?
Page.
Without component, can you start creating the page?
No, ma'am.
No,
No,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, first you see it is a first you have to create the component, then those component you are going to attach to the page, how it is, how you want the look and feel, and you are going to get the page design. Got it? So suppose this there is a knife component is there. In some other page, I want that knife component. Do I need to create the knife component again, or I'll
No,
reuse it?
sir. Reuse it.
Reuse it. I have a scissor component in some 14th page. I want to use the scissor component to be displayed. Do I need to create the scissor again?
No, sir.
Yeah. So component you are going to create for one time, and that you are going to reuse whatever page is requiring that component to display. Okay. And same tool, the look and feel of the component can be different, and it's going to give you a different page. So in the right hand side picture, it is telling that I have a you don't in a single page application, in a component way of creating app, multiple C component you don't have to create. You are going to have only one C. See here, in a multi-page application, maybe you need to create the same content more than one time if it is required to be displayed in multiple page. But in a single page application, one component one time, and wherever you want, use it. Don't worry. So that is what reusability will be. Reusability is a advantage what you are going to get it in a component way of designing web page. Okay. Next, UI design approach. So whenever you are going to design a UI, there are two approach of doing it. Whenever you are going to design a UI, there are two approach you can use it. One is called atomic design approach. Another is called component based design approach. So which we are focusing on, guys, among these two approach?
Component based.
Yeah, component based. There is a atomic and there is a component. Angular is a component based design approach. So can anybody depict that, what it is telling? Try this.
Atom is
Atoms
considered
together
to be
make molecules. Molecules together make organisms.
See, whenever I want to create a page, what I should create first?
Components.
Sorry?
Start from the smallest element.
Yeah, so see, whenever I want to create a page, I need to first understand what are the atoms or what are the granular level content I want to display in the page. So I'll create an atom first. Okay, then there may be some content which is the combination of multiple atoms. Then I'll create molecules. Then it is a human organ, how it is being created. The number of molecules together will create an organism. The number of organisms together create a templates, and the number of templates will create a pages. Got it? This is the atomic approach where you are going to create the least significant content of a page first, then combination of that you are going to create the next level, combination of that you are going to create a third level and the fourth level, and at the end you are going to get the pages. So that is how the UI design should take place. It is not that you are going to create the page and you are going to start coding the page. No, first you are going to create the content of the page, which are the most granular level to one level up, and then at the end you are going to get the page. So now the very important thing, component based design approach. So whenever you are going to design a web page, see for creating, can you tell me, for creating a database, what diagram I have used? We have used for designing a database. What diagram we have used? Guys, are you there?
database class diagram.
Sir, relation diagram.
ER diagram.
ER diagram, right? ER diagram. For designing a class, before starting the project, for creating what are the class to be created for my application, which diagram I have used?
Class
Class
diagram.
Class diagram. So for before starting and writing the creating the class, I'm going to have a class diagram. Through class diagram, I am going to decide which are the class I will be using. Similarly, for creating designing the database, I'm going to use the ER diagram. Similar fashion, whenever you are going to create a application in Angular, you have to design what are the components you are going to create, and for that component means there are some concept called identity, elements, component, composition, layout, and pages. So these are nothing but the hierarchy of your page, which is being designed in a SPS single page application way. So identity is what whenever we are starting a work in Angular, we should identify the identity of the page. Then whenever we are going to start a work on Angular, we should identify what are the elements, what are the component, and what are the composition, what are the layout and pages. Once this identification is done, then you start coding for your UI with Angular. Got it? So this is the way of, before starting the Angular way of writing code, you need to identify for a particular page which are identity, which are element, which are component, and then start coding. This is kind of a ER diagram. This is kind of a class diagram where you are going to decide which would be the component, which would be, and the component will have what are the elements, and the elements will have what are the identities, and with component how the composition will be formed, like that. Now we are going to discuss what is identity, what is element, what is component, what is composition, what is layout and pages. So for that purpose, can somebody read it out and tell me what is identity, what we call it as identity over here? Read this out and tell me.
Sir, the project's core brand element like typefaces.
In a Angular for UI designing, which we call it as an identity of a page.
Icons.
Icons. Okay, I can take your answer. Icon, fine. Then see what identify your page. See, the text or font style is an identity to your web page. Okay, the background color is the identity for your web page. The font color is the identity of your web page. Okay, so see, can you create a web page where page 1 is a green background and the page 2 is a yellow background and page 3 is a blue background? So most of the time it is not. Most of the time all the pages of the web page would be in same color. So that same color will become the identity of your website. Got it? So for creating your web page in Angular, you first decide what would be your identity of your website. So what would be the font color? What would be the background color? What are the icon you are using? What is the primary and secondary color? That determines your website identity. So that is what the identity. First, you have to decide when you are going to start working on Angular. Can you tell me what is elements then? What we consider as the element of a particular web page or website? Guys, read it out and tell me.
Buttons.
Sorry, yeah, buttons. Then
Badge.
Input.
All the functionalities that the user can use in the
see that the basic HTML tags, which gives us some content in the web page, we consider as the elements. So button, link, input, drop down, these are all the elements. Got it? While designing your web page in Angular, you need to identify this, which are identity, which are element. Element are the basic HTML tags. It can be a button, it can be a hyperlink, a tag, it can be an input type text, something like it can be a drop down select tag like that. It can be a heading H1, that also we can consider as an element. Okay, IMG image. We can we call image as a element in a web page in Angular? Can we
Yes,
call
sir.
it? Yeah, that also we can
I
call
think
it.
so, yes. Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah. Sometimes image, suppose same image is having in the multiple page or all the pages. That time image will become identity. Okay. Now come to the most important part. What we consider as the component in the web page. What you see as a component over here. Guys?
Cards, sir, cards.
Yeah, the cards in a web page we can consider as a component, which is a combination of picture, text, and some links. It can have some other thing also, no problem. So within a website, there is a small website inside as a card. We can call those are as a component. Composition would be what then?
Composition is combination of cards or
Yeah,
like the
composition is the
together.
combination of component. Okay, so this is one component, this is one component, together multiple component consist a composition. What about this one then, layout? These are the terms while designing UI through Angular we will be using. So your project manager is going to give you chalk out the identity, composition, component, element for this requirement what has been given to client, and then we start working on Angular. So that's why it is required to identify them. What is called layout? Layout means your web page should look like how. So how many rows would be there in your web page? Every row will have how many columns, and each column will have what content. So these are nothing but the layout. And then next is pages. So pages are nothing but with layout, with component, with layout, placing the component with a particular layout. What we got, it is nothing but pages. Now some quick check. Out of the 5 distinct level of atomic design, fill the missing ones. Tell me. Out of the 5 distinct levels of atomic design, what are the last two there in the atomic design?
Molecules is missing.
Templates.
Yeah, molecules and templates. Fine. Yeah, that's it. Now you guys, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Anything you have not understood, you need some little more discussion on that, you can tell me. Is it okay? Have you understood the component way of creating UI? Is it fine?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So now on in Angular, you will become a component way of writing UI with Angular. So you'll be jump into that that world. Initially, Angular will little bit, you may find it difficult, but later on, as the days progresses, you will find it very interesting. Any questions, guys?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is purely theory. There is no demo. There is no practical for this sprint. Actually, one sprint is there for this. That is going to be roll out. I think Sangeeta ma'am will decide when to be roll out that one. Yeah.
I'm sharing some reference material for their self reading.
If possible, one more time, you can go through all these slides So whatever is being explained one more time, you can do the revision. That way also your concept will be more clearer if you feel like.
Sir, can you please repeat again the one about the SEO?
Yeah, SEO is a search engine
No, that
optimization.
part I know. For
Yeah.
the difference in the SPA and MPA.
Yeah. See, in SEO, in a multi-page application, you will have a pages, multiple pages. Okay.
Mm.
And every page will have a title tag, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then it may have the heading tag,
Yes.
H1, H2.
Mm-hmm.
It may have the hyperlink tag. It may have the paragraph tag.
Yes.
Okay. So now, since the multiple page is having the content in terms of title, heading, and in terms of content, then SEO will search it better. So how it will search is better. Suppose there are 4 pages there. Page 1, Facebook. In a title, page 1 is written Facebook. In a page 2, title is written as Amazon. In page 3, title is written as Times of India. So now there are 3 pages where there are 3 different titles are there. So now in a search in a Google, when you type Facebook, so it is going.
Sir, I understood. It's like since the search engine looks for keywords to
Yes.
to
Since the
reach a
search engine
certain
looks for
destination, yes, that's why
and
it's
yeah.
okay.
Okay, so for a different see, if you have multiple pages with a different keywords, search engine searching option would be easier.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like basically it's dependent on the search. It's more of a function of the search engine rather than the MPA, because it makes the work of the search engine easier.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Multi-page application supports SEO better, but in single page applications, SEO support is not that good.
Because
It is
basically because SEO is not going to look for components. It's going to look for right.
Yeah, in a SEO there is a component, but in a see component is the integral part of your application. So the searching would be little bit difficult for the SEO to look out for the keyword which is there inside component. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah, but the keyword which is there in HTML page, for that SEO working would be easier. It will be not that much difficult.
Okay.
Yeah. So in a server, you have a multiple page. SEO will look out for a particular keyword in multiple page. When you found it, that page will be get displayed. But in a component way, there also keyword would be there, but it would be inside the component. Okay. So inside the component, SEO will take more time to traverse and get the keyword, and that search page to be displayed, it will take more time. Okay. Yeah.
I have shared some reference theory material for your self reading and understanding. So take 15-20 minutes time or more than that also.
sorry.
Can you please help?
So you have cloned a project and you have taken all the files.
Yeah,
Have you completed all the 4 classes?
yes. Can you check it once?
Okay. You're sharing here or you're sharing what Slack?
Here only.
Constructor, getter.
Can you see under I have made one TypeScript folder and then this is the way I proceed. And also if I take array, it is showing this also.
Remaining files also okay. TypeScript.
Which you are saying?
See, if you are going to convert everything, so you're going to convert everything, no?
Yeah.
And this is your TypeScript file application. Why there is there error in line number 4 and 5?
You have to use same name as that of lists.
List. So don't change the class name and file name. You,
Check that file class name. Class name is different.
first of all, why you not follow capitalized class name, Adesh? Next time when you, this is for everyone, when you are having class block, go for capitalize. You select, it should be lists. Lists is your class type.
Okay.
No, square, that
Yeah.
generics part. You can create different name for key. Let it be, if both are list, it's fine. You can create a separate different name for your key. Make it as lists one. Or lists one, anyway it is plural. Okay, fine.
div equals to, in line number 8, div equals to.
Here.
Equals to.
No, list 1.
Don't get confused. So we have number, string, and list one belongs to the type lists. Here also it should be list one.
This dot
Here, the parameter. Check in, go to lists. Just take all the 4 classes. So first of all, that's what, this is a confusion. If you have created a class name with capitalized word, this confusion will not occur. No problem, complete it.
Then what changes are need to be done in transformer?
Yeah.
Ma'am,
So the thing is, you have to define the type. Step number 1, you import the model. If all are located in same folder. No, I'm asking you, all are located in same folder. Okay, then no problem. No need to have import.
Yeah, the under TypeScript I have these 5 folders.
And
sorry, files.
So tell me, in line number 1, you have the input data. And what this inner function is gonna to return? Yeah, I'm talking about line number 1. Data, what is the data type of data? Data is an input, and what is the return type of this output? So better you give data colon. As of now, see, data type, TypeScript, you have to provide the type. Data colon any. You give any as of now. Outside colon. You come outside your curly, colon, boats. Either you can go for new keyword or you can simply go for colon. What is the understanding of this line? I'm gonna to give some input for function, arrow function, and this function is gonna to return boats.
So this is the return type and this is the data type of data.
And again, data dot boats dot map boats equal to return board ID, board title, lists. Okay, list detail, data dot list dot filter. Lists. Okay. Board dot board ID, list dot list ID. We remove private keyword as of now. Oh my God. See why? Adesh,
Yeah.
your file name is board.ts. Why are you giving class name as boards plural?
Sorry.
As of now, you remove private because we are accessing board ID, board title directly. Try everything, make the changes
Yes, correct.
everywhere.
This is correct. Yes.
You remove private keyword, then how can you access outside the class?
No.
It should be board, no, line number 2. Board.map.
Should be.
Save all first.
And the return type here should be list. No?
Give list. And by the way, why it is throwing that error in line number 4? You remove list. You remove list, you remove any in line number 2. We know it all belongs to the type board.
Hello.
Can you hear me? I'm speaking. We are calling TypeScript script. Script is calling board renderer transform. In board renderer, we are saying who's this Adesh?
Yes, ma'am.
So since you have created TypeScript, let's copy paste all the relevant files which is required. So for sure we need input.js and
Yes.
we need board renderer and we need script. And board renderer is calling script. Board is calling a transform method where I am passing the first data of input.js. So now if you step 1, you compile your TS file. You compile your transformer.ts file.
Okay.
If there is no error, then you launch your index.html. Try. This is for everyone. Try to understand the background. Here, we tried transformer.js. So transformer.js is called from script. So in script page, we have imported all the 3 files, input.js, transformer.js, board renderer.js. All the 3 files is required. You need 3 different files. Compile your TSC file and try to launch your HTML.
Means sir, where?
No, other part where you are telling that it is not showing any. See,
See,
list also it is
here.
showing, right? What about
Here,
the other?
here, sir. Here, it is clear. No.
You are all back. Praveen, Richa, Surmani, Rusikesh. Rusikesh, why 2 device?
Ma'am, I'm facing some Wi-Fi problem. That's why I connected mobile and Wi-Fi both.
All right. So everyone should know the definition of or what is the use of single page application. What is single page application first of all. So that itself will include why we are going for single page application. Surmani, are you back? All right. So let's continue with third sprint. Please pay attention. So we started Angular with first sprint, which is building an interactive web page using TypeScript. So followed with break the web application into components. So whenever there is a web application, can you able to segregate into various components? Can anyone tell me the definition of SPA?
Single page.
Single page application. What is single page application? But ever, don't give acronym alone. Most of the interviewer will hate giving the acronym as a reply for the question.
It will not reload the whole page. It will only reload the content we click on.
Single page application is a web app, is a web application.
Dynamically.
As name implicits, so that loads. How many pages? How many HTML page will be there?
Only
one.
one
Only
Single page.
One page.
Only one web document.
One page.
So whereas, so that will be that single page, one single web page will be more responsive. I want more points under SPA.
Ma'am,
User dynamically. User dynamic.
Lace network to traffic.
ma'am, once the
More
page is
responsive
loaded,
indicates it's dynamic.
We
Of
can
course, it is
rewrite the
dynamic.
content.
once the page loads, and after that, if there is some changes to be made on the page, it says JSON. It sends JSON file to the server. Not
It's divided in components, so no need to reload.
Instead of reload all
Fetching-
the times
Fetching
from
data
the browser.
background. Fetching data on the background.
Loading entire page all the time from web server. Only the respective components loads. Proceed to the next point.
It is quick.
They are faster.
Most easier and faster.
Of course, it is fast because we are not reloading the whole page from the server. So we have all the performance gain in your SPA. I don't want to comment as of now on routing, navigating. So we will discuss all those in detail in SPA in forthcoming slides. So how we can able to develop single page application? I have shared in the morning. I'm very specific to read those theory content. So which technology can be used to develop SPA?
Ma'am, we can use JavaScript
Angular.
frameworks.
Angular, React.
We are going to use Angular powered by TypeScript. Yes, React.
Polymer. Polymer.
Again, we are into Angular. We are going to develop SPA by using Angular framework. So as we all know, Angular developed with the help of a powerful language called as TypeScript. It's a superset of your JavaScript language. I'm very specific on this theory because why we want to bypass the concept. So we have various component based design approach, and the single page application consists of just one page that works inside the browser and does not require page reloading during. Whatever the theory I have placed, same practical we will experience in few days. Single page application present the content in easy, elegant, effective way because everything is loaded in a single page. Rather than user no need to navigate from different pages. It's fast because they execute the logic in browser rather than just on the server. Once the initial page loaded, it only loads the data is sent back. So instead of entire HTML, by the way, we are reducing the bandwidth. So when I want to pass the data, only the data will be passed. When I'm modifying the data alone will be passed. Again, I'm telling whatever the points. So all the 4 points you will be experiencing in 2-3 days, hardly tomorrow morning. I'll give you an example on this all the 4 points. So whenever if you have a web application, so web application, web pages constructed by so various components, we should know what are all the components responsible for each block of my web page. So break the web application into various component hierarchy. So we have small elements. Each element is identified with each identity altogether comprises of component, composition together, layouts altogether forms into your web page. So these are the powerful frameworks. We are into Angular. And others is also so popular. Sorry. So apart from that, as I said, you know what the single page application will cover, why we are going for single page. So ensure that today, so please settle down with why, what, the single page application and how we are going to achieve that with Angular. Single page is a web application implementation that loads only single web document and then update the body content of that single document via JavaScript API on various APIs. So I hope you are familiar with this XML HTTP request. And many more are there. So all these points we will experience once we started with Angular. In single page refresh never occurs at all. Instead, all the necessary HTML, JavaScript, CSS is retrieved in the browser and the page loads for only one time. And every time the appropriate resources gets dynamically loaded and added to the page necessarily. So this is what called as a response to user action. Can you relate with the topic? So that's what I'm very specific on, single page application. So let's get into developing a single page application in Angular. Let's get started with Angular. So the third sprint is about structure an Angular application. Sir said in the morning, you will, it's actually easy till the time you get into that Angular framework. So meanwhile, the breathing time between the learning part and entering into the world of Angular, you will feel a complexity, little bit complexity. So please follow my instruction. I told you in the morning. So read the theory and ensure that you settle down with SPA. So once if you settle down, then we'll start with Angular. As of now, I'm going to start with Angular. So before that, you should know why. All right, shall we get into the topic structure and Angular application? And lot of files, lot of components will be covered. Please pay attention. So without third sprint, you can't even imagine fourth sprint. Without knowing fourth, you cannot proceed fifth. So without having idea in fifth, you can't proceed with seventh and eighth. So please pay attention. So I'll give you enough time for self-reading, understanding, and everything. I'll not rush behind topics and sprint. So there is a just a minute question. Can you name the files that are required to create a web application?
HTML,
HTML file.
CSS,
HTML,
JS.
CSS, TypeScript, JS.
So whatever we came across on all these days, you tell me that file name alone.
HTML.
Ma'am, .html.
So web application.
CSS.
So index dot any HTML files includes all HTML.
CSS.
So we have our style.css,
JS file.
script1.js file,
And TypeScript. JSON, man.
script2.ts file.
And JSON file.
Okay, JSON. Please read the question. Only files that are required to create a web application. Of course, I will not take db1.json. All soon we will come across some kind of configuration file, config.json file alone I'm taking. If required for storage purpose alone, we were using these types of JSON file. This configuration part we will be introduced, all of you will be introduced to today. But as of now, the files which we require to create a web applications are these. Apart from that, can you recollect anything I missed, even though it is fundamentals? Resources file, which includes your images, audio files, video files, etc. As of now, we came across on HTML file, JS file, CSS file, various resources file. Also some very few configuration files. So these files are enough to create web application. Of course, the application which I created till last week, or even you recollect HTML, CSS print, all those prints, portfolios, nameplate challenge, masonry layout, many more. Do you think these files are enough to create Angular framework application, Angular based application? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Same here. I don't know whether my network is stable. See, you simply answer my question. Whatever we did on HTML and CSS prints is enough. Here we are going to get into Angular application. So by using Angular framework, if I want to develop an application, these files are enough?
No.
No, big no.
Not TS.
Many more are there. So if you want to develop an application under Angular framework, so we need many more supported files. So let's discuss. On different files of Angular. Of course, what your answer is right. One of the file we will use is TypeScript file. And there should be conversion takes place, which converts into JavaScript file. That story is also there. But of course, one file we were aware is TypeScript file. All right, many more files are there. Today you will experience the first session. The structure of Angular includes your creation of Angular. So when I'm creating an Angular based web application, there should be some landing page, index page, the first page. So in Angular project also, the landing page will be index.html page. Do we need any other HTML page?
Ma'am.
Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
No, you're on correct track, guys. My question was, in Angular project, there is an index page, the landing page, which is index.html. Do I need any other HTML file, content page, header, footer? No, because it is SPA. One single page only, and it is going to launch all the time in my server. So point number one, index.html. So Angular projects are made of TypeScript files. Can you guess what is an entry point for a TypeScript file?
JavaScript.
JS.
Don't get deviated. We already get into Angular frameworks. So maybe many are new to you. Just make a note of it. Nothing wrong. If you are into Angular for the first time, I'm sure after 1 hour you will see all those files. First file is index.html, which is going to launch, and it's a TypeScript file. It's everything is TypeScript. The entry point for a TypeScript file is main.ts. Please make a note. Nothing wrong. Carry any paper or a note. A browser can interrupt only JavaScript code. Which file is responsible for converting all the TypeScript to Java and packing all the files? So of course, we will convert all the TypeScript to JavaScript. There should be a file which is responsible for conversion and packing all the files. I'm sure you got an idea about Webpack. There should be an additional file called as webpack.config.js. Are you with me, guys? Shall we continue?
Yes, ma'am.
You will be experienced every day from today to next 10 days. You will be into deep and on all those topics. You will dive into all the files everywhere. So point number 1, index.html, main.ts, webpack.config.js. While TypeScript files are built to JavaScript files, can you guess which configuration file we should use for setting compiler option? So in order to set some basic configuration requirement, which includes your compilation option also, we have tsconfig.json file. This holds configuration information. Actually speaking, Friday I have not completed the decorator topic. So because this file is missing, you remember I said this term. Since in our project we don't have an explicit tsconfig.json file, I don't have options to set my all right, no issues. I'll show you. Show you. After some time, I'll show you. So since last week, we don't have a separate JSON, tsconfig.json. I struggled in setting that decorators, experimental decorators property. So today we don't have a problem. You go to the file, you modify it to true or false, and you can proceed with the decorators. So Angular project is dependent on many libraries. How can we add those libraries to the project? Should we add this separately or we can add using configuration file? See, in Java, we used pom.xml to add libraries. So likewise in Angular, if I want to add libraries, if I want to add any of the new libraries to my existing web project, those libraries will be added on to a file called as package.json file. So why these are all JSON format? Because the data, the property will be stored in the form of I said some time back experimental decorators. I want to set the property of experimental decorators true or false. So experimental decorator is key. True and false will be
Key value.
Key value pair. That is why these files are in the form of JSON, which holds property in the form of key value pair. And many more files are there. This is just an intro. So point number 1, only one HTML file, which is index.html. And this index.html will communicate with main.ts. And this main.ts will be converted to the respective JS. Apart from that, many more TypeScript will be converted and packed under webpack config. So all the compiler setting options will be set in tsconfig. The external libraries will be added in package.json. So let's get into more. We already started. Let's get into more on structure of Angular application. So please, if you noticed, we are going to do two things. We are going to develop an Angular project from scratch without this interface. And we are going to create using CLI. So this session, we will not develop any task, nothing. This chapter, this sprint is completely about, you're going to create one simple Hello World Angular project. One is without CLI, the other one is with CLI. And we will explore on files and folders inside Angular project. Please pay attention. Angular is a component-based framework for building scalable web application. Everything in Angular I'm going to achieve via component. It's a development platform built on TypeScript. It's completely based on the language TypeScript, only for efficient and sophisticated SPA. It's a collection of well-integrated libraries that covers variety of features. We will be getting into topic by topic. So one is we have a proper integrated libraries, and we have features like routing, form management, anyway, input handling, DOM, form management, validation, routing from one component to another component, client server communication, and much more. It includes a suite for developer to develop. I can develop, I can build, I can test, and I can update my code. Everything I can do under Angular. There are two ways to create a single page application using Angular. So one is from scratch, from empty folder to building an Angular application. The other one is the shortcut. So we can use CLI. All of you got this topic. So we can every day. So we will be developing an Angular project. You can go by from scratch, and other way is CLI. Only for today, I don't want to miss this creating SPA using Angular. So because of that, I'm covering this first topic, but from tomorrow onwards, you can directly go with CLI. So nothing wrong. Later version of Angular, we are using Angular command line interface, CLI. So by using that command, one single command, I can able to create a well-defined and organized files and folder structure with my Angular project. So again, I'm repeating, from tomorrow onwards, you can directly go for CLI. But today alone, in order to get experience this, we will go with this creating an application from scratch. Is that fine?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll cover few more theory, and then all of us together will try the demo. So building an SPA using Angular from scratch. So we need to create everything by using npm command, node package manager command, and then depend upon the requirement, you need to create files and folders, and finally run your Angular project. So these are the mandatory files required to develop Angular project. So webpack.config.js, any JavaScript application loaded in the browser should contain a single source file. So bundling all the modules into single file is the main purpose of Webpack. You remember bundling? Anyway, I am into single source file. So in such situation, I need to bundle everything. In order to have this bundling, we are using this webpack.config.js file. It supports a lot of plugins. So even if you want to do the appropriate parsing on different files, your Webpack will do. So it can perform many additional tasks. Webpack module loads can parse different files, including style sheet. So we can use import statement to import style sheet files. Angular built-in process use Webpack to transpile TypeScript to JavaScript, transform the file SASS style sheet file to the respective CSS file, and performs many tasks. So always this Webpack is by default hidden in your Angular command line tool. We will create an application. So before that, I thought why we are going for two different ways we will cover. And we will again come back to all files. That's all. My topic for today is only to create and to explore on files, structure of Angular. So how long does it takes to change the tire of car normally?
Half hour, 10 to 15 minutes.
15 minutes to 30 minutes, depend upon your experienced in. Shall I take 15 minutes roughly or 30 minutes roughly?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do the crew members get the work done with such high velocity? What kind of tool is used to change the tire in short time?
Their coordination and equipment.
Work division.
No, what is the difference between the way we are taking to change the tire normally and these?
They use automated.
And equipment and experience.
Hydraulic machine.
Apart from that, the components, the devices which they used to
Two,
remove
three.
all, to fit, matters.
Different person, different work.
One is, yeah. So they are highly experienced. And one more thing is, as I said, the tools, the more sophisticated tools, which will help them in doing that in high velocity, high speed. The tool which they use to change the tire in short time, that matters. So mechanics at pit shop uses unscrew the tires at fast pace. So what these two example indicates, the command, for them it is tool. For us it is the environment, the command which we are using to create an Angular application. So that varies. One is from scratch, the other one is from the CLI. So they use a super gun tree wheel gun, so which helps in them to unscrew the tire at the fast pace. So similarly, just relate. I don't know much on automobiles term, or else I could have relate law. So the thing is, have you related? So the thing which you are using the basic tool and removing the tire is example for building an SPA using from scratch. Can you relate with that example?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
having the basic tool and removing the tire, taking 15 minutes to half an hour. So whereas having this advanced tool, whatever they have mentioned, no, those sophisticated tools to remove. So that is using CLI command. So one more example for this Angular CLI tool to create a project in an easier and quicker way. So let's look at some more examples. A traveler can prepare his own travel itinerary or choose an opinionated one. So I have to go to, if you noticed, initially we need to place from to date followed with what kind of thing. So categories. Instead of doing this manually, if you look into the latest travel booking site, so they will be finding all the options, including transportation, hotel category, the famous places, how we need to book. All options are available in one portal, which helps our work more easier. Guys, can you relate? Instead of booking hotel in one portal, checking them and availability of transportation in one application, instead of having everything in one application, matters. All right. So Angular CLI comes with more opinionated package to start that developers makes our job easy. That's what I told. From tomorrow onwards, please use Angular CLI command. All right. So let's get into the topic first. So I'm not gonna to do first and then you can try later. No, we will all do simultaneously. So I want all of you to create an Angular application from scratch. So I'm sure this, if I discuss as a whole in session, it takes some 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes, after successfully creating an Angular project from scratch, then we will go to CLI, then again come back to exploring the structure and files. Shall we?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In order to, as I said, let's do it together. I'm going to share this file. This file consists of everything. Even you don't need to hear my instruction at all if you follow this. If you have any confusion, then pass it. You clarify with me and then you can. But anyway, we are going to do together. One can share your screen and you can follow the step or you can follow my instruction. Anyway, I'm going to instruct based on the notepad steps which I have in front of me. So this is way one. So how to create Angular application from scratch. So I want all of you to create so I'm sure for TypeScript or Angular, you have created a folder. So please create 2 subfolders in that. So I'm giving the name as my demo 1. Let's assume my demo 1 is from scratch and my demo 2 is using CLI command. So let us create 2 projects. So I'm creating 2 folders. The one is for from scratch, the other one is from CLI. And I'm going to share the entire file. You're going to do it in your Visual Studio Code. So I want all of you to create a folder. So my demo 1 is your first project. So you need to open this my demo 1 in your Visual Studio Code. And the same my demo 1 to be open in your command prompt, terminal prompt. Open folder. My demo 1. So create one folder with meaningful name, my application 1. So and please open that folder in your Visual Studio. And if your terminal is working properly, then no problem. You can use your terminal. So if you are facing problem with your terminal, so please open your command prompt. This is what step 1 and 2. So we have to follow the step and we want to change the appropriate file specified here. So till this is the last command to run. And this is second way. Second way is much easier. So let's complete the first way. I'm sharing the entire file. Can anyone share your screen? I want you to share your screen, open Visual Studio, open a folder, and download the file which I have shared on Slack, and please open the same. Yeah, you download it. Have you created folder?
Yes, ma'am.
Angular demo 1. Okay. Open a command prompt in the same. It can be here or it can be there. So either you open a command prompt terminal over here. It should point to the of application. So as per Niranjan, it is C NIT folder. His first application is Angular demo 1. So this is what I mentioned in step 1 and step 2. So once it is done, please confirm. I'll wait for another 2 minutes. Step 1, create a folder. Open that in your Visual Studio Code and same in your terminal. If your terminal, integrated terminal is throwing some exception error, please use black screen. Please confirm. Shall we proceed next?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Niranjan, can you open a notepad?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the third step?
NPM init
No. Create.
Okay.
So wait. No, wait. So please read third step. We want to create package.json by using following command. Don't create file manually.
Yes.
You create by this command.
Yes.
And the command is npm init :y. Please. npm init :y. Enter. Can you see the changes?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, are you with me? Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
If you got stuck, please pass me. I'm ready to wait for.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because once if you miss the flow, then it's difficult to follow. All right, step 4. Create tsconfig file using the following command. Just type the command tsc-:init. So guys, fourth step is you need to create tsconfig. But after creating tsconfig, you need to add, you need to make some changes. So I will wait for another 2 minutes till this step done. Niranjan, shared screen if you have any doubt. As of now,
Ma'am,
we opened a folder and we created 2 files, both the files through npm command. Someone called me.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you repeat what you said in step 4?
What is step 4? You read that notepad.
Okay. Okay.
You just go to black screen or terminal, you type tsc-:init. If any of you npm is throwing an error, what command you will try?
NPX.
Very good.
TSC.
If npm is not recognizing, you try executable command npx in the place of npm. So don't create a file. You type command, it will automatically generate this file. Let's wait for 2 minutes.
Ma'am, I am having an error.
Share your screen.
So it's showing me that I have to download this TSC at the rate 2.0.4.
Space, give space, I think TSC, space hyphen in it.
So
Okay. Okay.
I have
You
to-
give S.
okay, to proceed
Or
by
I think you can use the previous command. If you don't have TypeScript, okay, you give S. If any of you facing problem with this installation, you use the previous command.
Ma'am, I am getting
Ma'am, but-
same.
I am also facing the same.
All right.
I am also getting
Before
the same.
step 4, you open that notepad. Can you see line number 17? You copy that. 17. By the way, you go to Visual Studio. You see Shubham Alarm, desktop, TypeScript, Angular, my demo 1. Why you created index.html?
I mean, there are 4 PowerShells running.
Huh?
Index dot
4 PowerShells are running.
4?
PowerShells are running.
That's fine. By the way, why you created index.html? And from scratch, I don't think in what basis you created 2 folder. Okay, you give that command. You right click and paste it. Give enter. So what I thought is you people are having TypeScript already in your machine. Now give TSC double hyphen in it. Those who don't have TypeScript in your machine, before step 3, you give np x TSC double hyphen in it. That's all. By the way, delete index.html. I'll come to HTML part. Okay.
Should I
Shubham
stop
Alarm,
streaming?
no need to stop your screen. I'll continue with your screen.
Okay.
So do I want to wait? Everyone done with this
Yes, ma'am.
step?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't hear no. Even though it's no, also no problem. You tell me, I'll wait. So if you noticed step 4, we have some changes to do in your config file. So TSC double init, if it is throwing an error, please add npx. Look into Shubham's screen. He added npx TSC double hyphen init. It created tsconfig.json. Can you open tsconfig.json file? So in line number 14, target by default ECMAScript 2016. You delete ES 2016 and you give capital ES next. You delete, very good. You give ES next. ES next. So target by default ECMAScript 2016, you choose ES next. And you need to uncommand library. Same, next line, 15th line, you uncommand. So inside square bracket, library colon, you will find square bracket Shubhamala in same line. You give DOM, double quotes, DOM, comma, double quotes, ES next. Uncommand 17th line. So because of this line only, I could not able to explore decorators on Friday. So no problem. I'll tell you an example on tomorrow. So that's all. So uncommand experimental decorators true. Target EX next, uncommand library key and experimental decorators key. Everything I mentioned in that notepad. What is step 5? Step 4 is done.
Yes,
Step
ma'am.
5. Now we need to set up dependencies in package.json. So we want to add this dependency. So in order to add that dependency, you need to execute the command. So once if you done those changes in tsconfig, step 5, you need to execute that command npm I stands for install. Shubham, what are you doing? Open the text document. Maximize it, no problem. You can switch between both the screen. I am in step 5. You copy that command npm I _save 4. No, not that one. The 4th line. So this is a proper command. Copy. And you paste it in your terminal and enter. So this command will automatically set the dependency in your package.json. We need to set this dependency core.js, rxjs, zone.js. All right, go to your text document. Step 5, you need to execute npm command. Step 6, again execute npm install save Angular core, Angular compiler, Angular common, all the Angular dependency. Yes, Shubham. You copy and execute it in our terminal. Enter. No, it's correct. You give enter. So all of you, please complete step 5 and step 6. Both are nothing but you need to copy and paste the command, and please know the purpose. Shall we go to step 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So next, go to package.json and you need to modify those changes. So in order to add the development dependency, please open dev dependency. Go to package.json. I'll tell you. Yeah. Listen, I will tell you the number, Shubham. Wait. According to you already executed, yeah. So sometime back, Shubham have executed the command npm install save dev TypeScript. Those who have not executed, please execute the same so that you will get line number 12 and 13. You open that notepad. So I want all of you to execute. We are in step 7. So execute this command so that in package.json you will get automatically dev dependency TypeScript, this line. So once it is done, you give comma. So according to me, it is 4.5, but now it is latest 4.7 you will get. So you give comma and you copy paste the entire code. Shubham, come down. You copy from here. Yeah, from here to here. Copy. After 13th line, you give comma. Paste it.
Ma'am, can you please repeat this step?
So execute that installation of TypeScript in your package.json. Do you have dev dependency?
Ma'am, in my code only 25 lines.
Okay, you share your screen. Shubham, I'm stopping.
Yes, ma'am.
Rusikesh, share your screen.
No, added, I think.
Ma'am, after step 6, what I have to write in terminal, ma'am?
So after step 6,
I
you
execute
want to
command.
write npm I, that is install your TypeScript. Are you closing and opening everything all the time? npm, where is npm command? Rishikesh.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, okay.
Wait, don't do anything. Did you add manually?
Ma'am, I'll just copy and paste.
Who's this? Whomsoever I asked, I want you to execute npm I install. I was install -- save dev TypeScript. So now go to package.json. You will find dev dependency. So you give comma and you paste the remaining files.
Okay.
Where is your text document? So I said, did you paste this? No, it is automatically generated, right?
No.
So I said after that manually copy, add all the entries in the same area of the file. Will it be okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you help me with this?
1 minute, 1 minute. Sudeep, share your screen. Have you done till step 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to your package.json.
Yes, ma'am.
Line number 23.
23.
You give comma at the end.
Yeah.
It's one property.
Yes.
Give comma. Give enter.
And
Paste the remaining properties from the notepad.
yes, I have.
That's all. Save.
Okay. Saved.
Shall we continue with step 8? Okay, step 7. Still we have 2 more lines to add. Wait. Do you find 71 line scripts? Also in dependencies section, modify the script. Do one thing, copy 71, 72. Yeah, copy. Now go to package.json. Scroll up. Do you find something called as scripts? No, scroll up.
It's
So 6, 7, 8. You copy and paste it. I'm sorry, whatever the thing you copied, you paste here.
in 6, 7, 8.
Paste it.
In place of this, right?
Correct. In the place, replacement only. Yeah, save.
Yes, saved.
Okay. So all of you in package.json, you need to copy paste certain properties under div dependency, and script you need to add start and build. Shall we go to next step?
Yes, ma'am.
Listen carefully. The next is your file creation. In your actual folder, I said no, my demo 1. You create src folder. In your project, you create src folder and create 4 files. Don't create files directly. Sudeep, did you share the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
You create package. You know what is a package? So this is file and this is package.
Okay. Okay. That's a folder. Okay.
You create src source.
Yes.
So yes, give enter. Select src.
Yes.
So under src, you create 4 files. One is index.html. The other one is style.css. No, you select src and create. Style.css. And again select src, you create main.ts, sorry. And the 4th file is polyfill. P-O-L-Y, polyfills.ts. P-O-L-Y.
Okay.
Polyfills. F-I-L-L-S .ts file. So now you copy paste the appropriate code. I shared everything on Notepad. You copy paste HTML code, CSS code, TS code. I'll wait for another 5 minutes to complete till here. 4 files, still polyfills.ts.
Ma'am, for me, main.ts is showing error.
Who's this?
My
You share your screen. I'll wait till creating 4 files and copy pasting the content.
and this.
I am also getting same, ma'am.
I think we will resolve the error in next step.
Okay. Let's stop, ma'am.
Okay. No, don't stop your screen share. Now select SRC. Create a folder. App. APP. No, small letter APP. Then everywhere you need to change. In app folder, you create 2 files. app.component.ts.
Mine, ma'am.
Correct. One more file. Select app app folder and create one another file, app.module.
What is this?
.ts. app.module.ts. Now you will not get the error. Confirm.
Let me save.
Save all.
Still I'm getting.
Okay, you copy paste that code.
one,
Code
ma'am.
is missing. No, not that code. You follow the instruction in that notepad. So under app component, line number 112 to 121. Copy. To app component.ts.
Still here, ma'am.
Save all.
That error is
Now,
gone.
now error will disappear. So after that 4 files, under SRC, if you get error, also leave. Under SRC, you create a folder app. Under app, there should be 2 files, app component.ts, app module.ts. Create file and copy paste the code.
Hello,
Hmm.
I'm getting error.
Share your screen, Ashwin. Others, once if you have completed, don't sit idle. Explore why that file. I will share the official link. Still our project not get over. I'll tell you the final command to run. 1 minute. Where is the error in app?
Yes,
module?
ma'am. Now it's going back. I'm not sure this. Yes, sir. This file. That's why it is coming. But now it's.
All right.
Thank you.
Wait, don't stop your screen share. Let's continue with next step.
And how this error was removed?
To save the file.
You need to create app module, app component. You did.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
I getting same error.
Share. If you get error after sixth step, what is that step name? Eighth step.
Save the files first.
Save all. Hmm.
Search. Yeah.
No. Go to TS config. Who's sharing the screen? Rishikesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to TS config. tsconfig.json file. Experimental decorators, true only. It's warning only. Once if you're getting an error, then let's see. Rishikesh, don't stop your screen share. You continue with next step. According to me, it's warning.
Okay, ma'am.
Once if it is an error, then let me look into it. So now select your project. What is your project? Scratch. You add a file, add a new file. And give the file name as webpack.config.js. Webpack.config.js. Enter. You copy paste the code which I shared on. Yeah, it's a big file.
I'm in which folder we have to create?
In your main project folder. My demo one. Save. So now type the command Rishikesh, npm install. So if it is throwing an error, you should give npm install --force. So next, after 4 files in source folder, you create app component and app module file, copy paste the code. Then create Webpack, copy paste the code. Finally, give install so that it will install all the respective dependency. So now you build your project, npm start. I'm sorry, npm build your project.
Part ma'am.
We are done. Finally, we need to build our application. npm run build. Rishikesh, I'm talking about the last command.
Ma'am,
Last
after
to previous
pasting,
command.
ma'am,
Huh?
ma'am, after pasting the web.config, next step, ma'am.
Install command here. npm install.
I am
And then
getting
npm run build and then npm start. You will get the output.
ma'am, when I type the npm install, I getting the error. So can I
You
type?
give npm install --force.
Okay.
Rishikesh, you
Yes, ma'am.
give npm
Just one minute.
run build. Okay, you give enter. Force. Give force install. That is also optional.
I too got many warnings, ma'am.
Ma'am, we should give npm install or npm install -force.
If it is throwing an error or error kind of a thing, then go for force.
Okay.
If you don't have any problem, just install is fine. Rishikesh, it's done. Still it is okay. No problem. We'll wait.
Big.
Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Okay, share. Those who have done, you try with the last two step and ensure that your project is launched on the browser. You
Ma'am,
can
I'm getting this, ma'am. After installing.
Same, ma'am.
No problem. You
Yes,
proceed
ma'am.
with the-
Same.
No, that's fine. It's just a message. I cannot see any errors. Who's
Ma'am,
this? Richa, you proceed with the
ma'am, npm start is needed or not, ma'am?
no npm start is needed. Before that, npm run build is also mandatory. This command. So before start, we need to build.
Okay. Can I stop?
Ma'am, npm run build is done. What's next?
npm start.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
Ma'am, I'm getting error.
share your screen.
I'm getting this error.
Where is the error?
This one.
Oh, no matching. Huh? Hmm. Go to package.json. No. Come down.
This is not error. Just
Warning. Huh? Once let me check the code. TypeScript. Okay, go to tsconfig. Okay. You proceed with the remaining command.
Okay.
Can anyone show the output? Whomsoever launched.
Yes.
Share your screen.
Ma'am, after running, this showing lots of error.
Can I share?
So it will launch index.html. So it will automatically launch by taking the port number 8080, and it will be launched automatically your index.html, and the content will be this one. Hello world, this is my first Angular application. You can modify. Once if you modify, you need not to refresh. So go to app index.html. Go to app component.ts. In line number 4. So hello world, you type good afternoon, and ensure that your browser and the screen is visible parallelly. Wait.
It is showing
You give good afternoon and just give Control S. All of you, please pay attention. Give Control S. Why it is not getting automatically load? Okay, that
It's automatically loaded, ma'am.
it should load.
Yeah, I loaded.
It should load. When you are making changes, no need to refresh at all. Just save. Here we need save button, that's all. Do you stopped that command?
It is working. And my history is changing to good option.
That's what we no need to refresh at all because it is component based. All right, I will come to one by one, those who are having problem. Others, don't sit idly. I want you to go to official site of Angular, and you should know the purpose of before that you analyze. Who's this Sanjay? You go to index.html. We all know that index.html is launched. See what is there in index.html. So in index.html, you have HTML head title tag. Inside body, you have app-component. So this is one component. As of now, my application is having one component and my component name is app component. So if you go to app component.ts, so you will find the decorator. So we are using the predefined decorator at component to indicate this is a component. And in order to use at component, you need import statement. Import curly braces component from Angular code. So here I'm going to use the selector name app component. Wherever I have the word app component, I should get this template. So try to understand, and this is a class and I'm having a constructor. Constructor will initialize with the message I am Angular, that you can check in your console screen. And whatever the component I'm having, all those things needs to be loaded in my app module.ts. So I'm going to use ng module. I'm going to use browser. Apart from that, user define is app component. You can also create one another component and try to test it in your HTML page. Apart from that, you should know the purpose of main.ts. What is main.ts in Angular? Polyfill.ts, package JSON, tsconfig, webpack.config. So just analyze the code inside app component, index.html and app module. And explore what is the purpose of all the file. So those who are having an error and you are not getting that message, hello world, this is my first Angular, I will connect. Asif, sir is there or he went to training?
I'm not getting up.
Okay, dear, share your screen.
Ma'am, what if I want to add a new component? I have to add it to the index
No,
page?
you first analyze the existing one.
Okay.
Spend some time, settle down with this, then you add one more component. App component 2. Then you add, but don't do as of now.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm getting this white screen.
You cannot, you should not open in browser. This is a wrong approach. This is wrong approach. You need to follow only the command. You open the notepad. Richa, did you executed my last command, last 3 commands?
Yes, ma'am.
I said npm install --force, then npm run build, npm start. These are the 3 commands you need to give continuously one after another. Have you tried all 3?
No, ma'am. I'm only installed.
People are missing npm run build. Try that.
Ma'am, can I?
Wait. You try to correct by yourself. Everything is there in my file.
काय बटन दाब
Every time you no need to open the file. npm start, it's fine. All the time. npm start.
Yes, ma'am. I'm npm start.
No, don't do anything. I
And
saw your.
the webpack.config.js, it is inside the F folder. It should be outside the folder. SRC folder.
So this webpack.config.js should be in my demo 1. You placed inside app.
Delete it or just move it.
Richa, you got the, see this webpack.config. It is there in app folder. It should be in your my demo 1.
Achha, yes, ma'am.
Cut and put it in your my demo 1. and change the file content.
Okay, ma'am, I will go through. Can I
Right.
stop, sir?
Ma'am, can I share? Shivani. I've done the ma'am all the steps, but I'm getting this error.
Go to console screen. Maybe some minute mistake will be there. Let's correct it. What is the error it is throwing? For
I
you.
don't know. Ma'am, what should I do?
Go to your files. I want to see from package. No, not here. Go to Visual Studio.
Okay.
Start from, okay, minimize the output screen. Scroll up. Let's have a look on this webpack config file. So you copy pasted from const path. Scroll down. Down. Modules, plugin. Okay, now go to tsconfig.json. Bottom second file. Okay, go to package.json. Okay, go to HTML file. Okay, main.ts. Polyfills. Okay, go to app. App component.ts. Other one.
इस नंबर पे कॉल कर सकती हूँ क्या वापस? आपको कौन सी ब्रांच में होगी? मैंने तो मेरी ब्रांच शिफ्ट कर ली। नहीं देवी नहीं है मेरी ब्रांच अभी मैंने वॉच में करा ली। ठीक है मैं थोड़े टाइम के बाद कॉल करूँगी आपको टाइम लगेगा करना क्या है उसको मुझे सिर्फ क्लोज ही करना है या कुछ करना है ठीक है, तो आप 6-7 बजे कॉल करेंगे चलेगा? ठीक है, 6 बजे कर सकते हैं क्या?
Have you tried all the steps?
Yes, ma'am. All the steps I have followed.
Where is your notepad? Wait. Have you executed?
Yes.
Wait. Line number 30, line number 37.
Yes, ma'am. I executed all the.
So in your machine, it is expecting -G for global, still old version. And FM. So after that, step 4, step 7, this you all have done. Just throwing the problem in that RIM, RAF, dist and Webpack. What was the command we used for that? Those who have got the output, raise your hand. Just to get the stock. Angular from scratch. I want you to explore those 4 files and get into TS file, app component.ts, app module.ts, HTML file.
Hello, ma'am.
Shivani.
Yes, ma'am.
Wherever you have this hyphen I command, install command, all the command you try once, but see in your machine, if you noticed, we cannot use -G or -L. So for example, if you have npm space I, you give double hyphen location equal to global. For example, where is your Slack? Let's take this command. npm hive. After I, you give location equal to global. Likewise, wherever you have I, after I, you give location equal to global. For only those installation command. Try.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Share. So those who have raised a hand, 19 of you, I want you to explore files and concept inside this file. Others, let's resolve.
This is showing after the build run build.
Okay. Scroll down.
I think this is a start and second.
No. I want to see your structure, hierarchy. File save all, and I want to see your file structure, your project structure. I'm talking about this left-hand side. Where is SRC folder? Where is your file? Somewhere mistakenly you placed some other place.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. I think.
Rishikesh, you got my point. I told you select the file project.
Selected this and create your folder, but I think
Find it out somewhere you missed. It will be there, but you have created in an incorrect place. There should be source folder and app component and app module.
I was created, ma'am.
Okay, Rishikesh, you find it out. I'll again connect with you. Ashmita, Harsh, Nikhil.
Ma'am, I'm compiled successfully, but it's showing 404 error.
Could you share your screen? After that, I'll connect with you, Ashmita.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Rim wrap. Webpack dev hyphen server is not recognized. Okay, Kudus, try the command npm install -g. Are you typing the command?
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, I cannot see your command type. Wherever you are typing the command, no, I can't see. I can see only your Visual Studio.
Now, ma'am? Here.
npm install
Yes, ma'am.
-g webpack -dev server.
Webpack server.
Webpack -dev server. Dev, it's not div. Dev server. I said npm install -g webpack -dev server.
div hyphen server.
Server. So everything is
Now it is
correct. It
visible,
should be
ma'am.
dev.
dev.
So now you try build command. Don't worry on these errors. This is since we are starting from scratch, we are getting npm run build. npm, you try the command
npm
run build. Same error. Huh?
Yes, ma'am. Same error.
Okay, you give npm install --force. npm update. npm update.
Yes, ma'am. Done, ma'am.
You try npm run build. Last to try.
Same, ma'am.
Same error.
And ma'am, one more thing, ma'am. That I have to change the script file, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, this part, ma'am.
Hmm.
This one I have changed in.
Yeah, I saw the code. It's there.
Mm,
Go to that. Go to ts config.
TS
No, the
conf.
second next file, immediate next file after package.json. Here also everything is correct. Node module is also there. No, Kudus. Something is missing here. You go to my notepad. I told these 3 lines should be there. And after dev dependency TypeScript, you need to copy paste these many codes.
Ma'am, I have done that, ma'am.
No, you have done in an incorrect place, it seems.
After div dependencies only, ma'am.
After dev dependency. I said after here. I said here.
I have done in package.log.json.
No. I told it's there. It should be package.json.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, try once.
Okay, ma'am.
See, I'm sure all the command will work. If you have placed something wrong, then there is a problem. Those who have not raised hands, slowly you go through the file which I have shared and check for these minute things. So now try. Kudus.
Yes, ma'am.
You try to use npm
Run build.
Let's see, we have made so many this major change now. Then we need to install. You give npm install --force. It should. I didn't set this log file at all. I said only package.json. Or better, you remove all. These are the things you have copied, right?
Yes, ma'am. After dependencies, I have copied.
Where after dependencies means here.
Yes.
Guys, just confirm what is there in your package.log.json file after dependencies and dev dependency. I didn't say any command for this package.log. I said only for package.
After div dependency, ma'am.
Huh? I want to know the structure of package.log. So anyone share package.log.json file? Aegis, you share this package.log.json file to Kudus. Compare the code and modify Kudus.
Okay, ma'am.
It should not come here. Else you repeat the whole step once again.
Okay, ma'am. I'll try once more.
Hmm.
Ma'am,
Yes, Roshan.
can I share?
Hmm. What is happening when you execute the last two comments? Roshan, you there?
Okay, my mic was off. Ma'am, actually, when I'm giving npm run build, this is saying missing script build, and I think now I
Okay,
came to
you
know
give
that,
uh,
that we have to
same
delete this
mistake.
as well,
Huh?
ma'am.
I said only to package.json. So every time you force an install, you give npm install --force.
I actually did it. I have already done this, ma'am.
It should be -force.
npm install --force.
Same thing.
Save all files first.
Sorry.
Please save all files.
Save, you didn't save.
Save.
Save. Okay.
Yeah.
This file.
Yeah, your all files are unsaved.
Save all. Click
Save
on
all
file.
files. Save all files. Okay.
Anyone knows what to do with this?
You missed some steps in between, I'm sure, Roshan.
Sorry,
Check
ma'am. What
once.
did you say?
Try once, else we will go in. As I said, we will go in the other way only.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
I
okay.
want you all to experience once. But you check the steps closely. Or once again, you know what to do. Then you can try it quickly. Those who have not raised a hand, you get this rimraf error. Try once. Shubham, Alam, what happens? Swapnil, Vaishnavi.
I'm getting error.
Oh, same error.
Yeah.
It is better advisable. It will not take 15-20 minutes. Maximum, I'm telling. 10 minutes, you try all the steps once. Ensure that when you are creating a file, where is your terminal pointing, the prompt pointing the location, that matters. Hope you all back. Let's try the other way. So one another way of creating Angular application through CLI, command line interface. So only once you need to install, every time you will use the command ng module. So any one of you share your screen, those who have not done with the first one, you got error, problem. Yes, Roshan.
Ma'am, what does this mean? CLI for Webpack must be installed.
It is asking for Webpack.
Okay, I fixed those errors.
Yes. See, some small package is missing. Nothing, no package will not get missed. Everything I have done. If you made mistake on any of the step, then you will get. All right, Roshan, I'll use my machine.
I stop sharing.
No, not required. We will use the other way.
Yeah, sure.
So what I can do is, so all of you please pay attention. Anyway, we will follow CLI only. This is from scratch. I want you to explore all the files. So I want you to give a try. So he created my app, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where is my app located?
Ma'am, just open the folder here. It's in D.
It's in D drive, Sprint.
Or just do TW.
So all right. So in your folder, in your actual folder, my app is his first application. He tried with Scratch. So you go back and you keep your, you open in any of the prompt. You open your terminal in any of the folder. So please give the command npm. What is the command? Install. The second way, -g at Angular/CLI. So try to install Angular CLI. This is only once. It will take some seconds, sometimes 2 minutes. So npm install -g. Even nowadays -g, -l are deprecated. So you can use npm install at Angular CLI. So it has added 290 packages. Listen carefully, all of you, please pay attention. Step 1, npm install Angular CLI. Step 2, ng new. So for Roshan, he created my app. So I'm creating my app 2. So my app 2 is his Angular project. So it will ask whether you want to autocomplete. You have to provide S. So I think 3S continuously. Would you like to add Angular routing so that routing file will be automatically added? What type of CSS you want to activate? 3S. So you have to give 3Y. Yes, Y indicates for S. What type of style sheet? So either you prefer the first sheet, second or third, no problem. So ng new, you give your project name. He created my app, so I gave my app 2 for second application.
Ma'am, can you repeat once, please?
Sorry?
Can you repeat once, ma'am?
Successfully installed, initiated. That's all. So I'll repeat the step. There is only 4 steps, 4 commands. The first command is npm install Angular CLI. The next one is ng module, new keyword, new command, followed with your application name. Third step is very important. So that's all. His application got created. So it's very important, by using cd command, he needs to open his application. So cd space my application 2, so that no prompt will be prompting to your application. So you can open your application also. Where is it? D course 10 day 2. See here, my app 2 automatically got created. You can explore on all the files. So ensure that in his course 10 day 2, we created ng new project. You need to use cd command, change the prompt to newly created application. Then the command you have to build is ng build. ng build, and the last command to start your application is ng serve --open. That's all. So ng serve --open, not server, it is serve. So by default, your machine will automatically, this is his index.html first component. You can edit. So you should get this landing page. And by default, it is taking the its own port number. You no need to stop. Only once you need to start your application. Whatever the changes you are making, it will build automatically. See all the files you can see, package.json, ts config, everything will get automatically added. Just to explore on this first application, second application, you will find SRC. Under SRC, you will find app component. Since we enabled routing, you have this routing file. So apart from that, you will find index.html. Everything remains same. Index.html is calling app root. You will be finding an app component. So under app component.ts, you will find app root is my selector name. Where this app root is going is, it is going to this URL, app component.html, and this is a corresponding CSS. So whatever the output you saw in the browser, so everything has been pre-built. See here, this output is already there. It has been pre-built in your app component HTML. So if you want, you can edit the same. See here, in his machine, index.html is calling app component.html. So where you have all this HTML content, you can simply select all, delete it. So I am giving my own HTML, whatever the message I want. So welcome to Angular CLI. So save, just save. Automatically it gets builded. So we are going to use every day new keyword to create a new application. Folder matters. Don't create a new project inside the existing project. See here, as per Roshan's machine, he created day 2. In day 2, in this prompt, I used ng new. You should not use ng new inside my app. Then everything will get collapsed. So only 4 commands. So only once you need to install the CLI, ng new, ensure that your prompt is prompting to the correct folder. So we are creating a new project. You can give your own proper name. So for him, I gave my app 2. So then by using CD or change your prompt to newly created project, then build and serve. Again, after getting the output, I want you to explore on same files. Index.html, main.ts, app component.html, app component.ts, app module.ts. Just explore on all the files. Do it. I'm giving 10 minutes time. Again, we will have a discussion on all the files. So by default, it will launch some Angular home page. You can delete everything and you can give some HTML element and you give your own data in your app component.html and try the same. And you explore on all the files. This is not a big deal. Everyone can do. Right. Thanks, Roshan. You can stop your screen share. Others try with the second way.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, can I share?
Hmm.
Ma'am, when I write ng and giving the new folder name, it shows me error. Ma'am.
Angular 1. Have you installed CLI?
Yes, ma'am. Here.
So before that, I want to see the folder Angular 1. Can you show me?
Yes, ma'am. Here, this.
Okay.
I write EMG, then write ng new name, I think, in the terminal.
In your Angular folder, correct, I think. So already you have demo, my demo 1. All right. I said
ng
G new
my demo 2.
my demo 2. So it will ask for 3 years. And then you need to choose CSS. Try it will work.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall I share my screen?
Share.
Ma'am, I installed this.
I want to
And
see
this
the folder
command
Angular.
npm install.
Fine. Can you open Angular demo?
Yes, ma'am.
Double click.
Ma'am, I have created a separate folder.
That's fine. You go.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Open your file explorer. You keep your URL, keep your cursor on URL and type cmd and type ng new your application name. Enough. 01 or 02.
Enter.
Enter. It will ask 3Y.
Yes. Ma'am,
What happened?
ma'am, it's showing ng.
This yes or no, if you give, you will get routing. You will get a file routing. So no problem. As of now, you give yes. Anyway, we are going to use that.
Enter.
Ma'am.
You choose any of the CSS. Default CSS. We have 4. You choose the first one.
Ma'am, what's the difference between them?
You find it out.
Hello, ma'am.
It will create Harshad. After that, you try the remaining 2 commands.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Can I see?
Yes, share.
Ma'am, this commands ng server.
Yes. But
Ma'am,
before that, you should change the prompt. Ashmita, try the same using a regular command prompt. Open your prompt where you have Angular practice folder.
Okay.
Angular practice. There is already demo 1. Okay, you give CMD. You give ng new demo 2. That's all, it will work. I'm lowering all your hands.
Ma'am, after the installation complete, then we'll have to make the changes in the CMD.
In command, you have to change by using change directory command, you need to set the newly created project name, CD space, your demo2. Then you need to build and serve.
Okay.
So I shared 3 links, angular.io/CLI, usage of build command, usage of serve command. And make the changes in your HTML file, just need to save. No need to launch, no need to build, no need to refresh your browser. Experience the same. I'm not going to introduce any new topic. I want all of you to explore on those files. Just update the content on HTML, save, enough.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, it is showing to update the Node.js version, ma'am. Shall I share, ma'am?
Share.
Here, ma'am, it is asking to update the Node.js.
Okay, what is the version of Node you have? 15.14. Okay, update the new one, because as per CLI, you need the 16 version or the latest one. Try once.
How can I update, ma'am? What is the command to this search in name?
Wait. I will give you the command. Command to update Node. You give update npm or update Node.
Ma'am, update is not recognized.
Okay, you give npm node-v.
Node-v.
Node-v. So npm, oh no, not npm, nvm space list.
Ma'am. Ma'am, one command is ng serve open. Ma'am, what is the other command?
I already shared in Mentor Notes channel in the afternoon itself. You give nvm install, whether nvm is recognizing.
No, ma'am, it is not recognizing.
Or let's uninstall the node and install the latest one. If you go to node package, go to node.js.
Where, ma'am?
Online. The node.js, nodejs.org. By the way, when you have downloaded Node, recently or long back?
Long back.
Okay. JS download. Choose Windows installer. What is the version? 16. See, 16 is better. You uninstall the old one in control panel and install it. And by the way, check the version and then you proceed with CLI command.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, I need some help with the CMD.
Hmm.
Ma'am, just a second. Till here is the installation complete. And then what
You
you
need
said,
to change the command. You have created demo-app1.
I no
You
no
give CD space. You will follow my instruction. CD space.
Yes.
You give tab. You press tab key. No, only once. Enter. Now you give ng build. Try the same in your command prompt.
Okay. I think there's the same error because in here it's not showing, but it says running script is
Now
disabled
you
for some
try the
reason.
command once again. You break your head. I don't have a problem. You create one another folder and try to create an application using CLI.
Okay.
Ensure that CLI has been updated with all the package.
Okay, ma'am.
Right.
Okay, sure.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Adesh.
Can you see that morning sprint now?
We will discuss, but after 10 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, what is app root tag?
Which one, Vivek?
In index.html, it is mentioned in body app root tag.
Share your screen. Point out. Index.html, it's fine. But the other one which you are telling, I could not able to get. What is your doubt, Vivek? By default, when you create a new project in Angular, it comes with this home page. They have added all the HTML styles, everything in this app component.html. That's what I told you, delete it. You give Control A and delete everything. You give your own something. You give H1, H2. You give div tag. Just save. It has been automatically updated, Raf.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, don't stop your screen share. Go to your Visual Studio. So go to main.ts. So the entry point of the program is main.ts. Go to app module.ts. All the components, all the modules which we are going to use in the application will be registered in your app module. Scroll down. So we have, as of now, we have used ng module, browser module, app routing module, and the last line, fifth line, app component is a component which comes along with the application. If we want, we can create our own component. Go to app component.ts. This file is very important. We are importing a component which is an Angular core concept. If I add the annotation at component, this will be considered as a component of Angular. I'm going to give the selector name as app-root1. If I give app-root 123, everywhere I should use app-root 123. Since my selector name is app-root, that is why in HTML we are calling with app-root. Go to HTML. Can you see in HTML body, we are calling app-root. So if it is with different name, it will be called, you have to call appropriately. Now go to app component.ts, same file. So my selector name is app-root. You can give any selector name. This selector is binding to the template. I can give direct HTML itself, or I can give HTML URL file name. So whatever the HTML content I have in app component.html and its corresponding styles will be applied to my app root. So wherever I called app root, it is referring my app component.html and with respective CSS. And it will comes along with the title app-demo-app2. So by default, all the component will comes with 4 files. And more theory we will discuss on next, tomorrow. So apart from that, we have many other folders, files. So let me ask you a simple question. What is this node module does? Do you have node module? What is the purpose of node modules folder?
Connecting server to manage node packages.
All the node packages will be added. So only if I have node modules, I can directly use all my node packages, npx, npm. What is the use of, let's take polyfills.ts. Make a note of it. Polyfills in Angular consist of few lines of code. By using polyfills code only, your application is compatible with all type of browsers. My code can be executed in different browsers with the help of polyfills. What is package.json? What is tsconfig.json? See, many files are there, but you can answer all these 4 files. tsconfig, package.json, webpack. What is the use of webpack.config.json? You can maintain a silence here, but you
To
can't
convert
maintain silence.
TypeScript to
For
JavaScript.
converting all the TypeScript files.
So point number 1, in order to
JavaScript.
have a bundled JavaScript, all the JavaScript, TS script will be put on together to a one file. And all the dependencies will be resolved and added. The respective dependencies and bundled functionality will be placed in webpack config. What is package.json? So in order to add libraries, so Angular, as of now, I'm using only few libraries. Whichever the libraries I'm using, those libraries to be added in package.json. It is something like your pom.xml. Don't relate pom.xml. I'm just telling for an idea. ts.config, this you can try. If you noticed in Vivek machine, in your machine, we will be writing the code in app component.ts. This is my TS file. Whether TS file gets executed on a browser?
No, ma'am.
No, I need to do a corresponding compilation. So in order to have compilation environment from TypeScript to JavaScript, we need all the configuration file and the compiler option setting. Everything will be there in my TS config. So those files I added in my first demo, Scratch. But if you have tried with CLI, you have lot of files and folders, starting from Angular, VS Code, dist in folder. Dist is, of course, it will be created after building your application. Node modules. And then source consists of 4 important files and 2 another important files. See, app component, spec, app component.ts. Apart from that, app module.ts, routing is another separate module. App modules. These 4 are related to component. The first and last is related to modules. So asserts, just to add your images, resources in later, environments, one icon file, HTML, main.ts, entry point, polyfills for browser compatibility, and many more are there. So I know many folders are there. It's at least as of today, you should know polyfills, index.html, main.ts, all the app component, package.json, and ts.config. Still lot more structure we will explore. And what is the speciality of Angular CLI? I've shared a notes, and apart from that, CLI consists of lot of commands. Explore on command, we will use one by one. Tomorrow we will use component, generate and generating the component. So as of now, we installed CLI. We used a new command, ng new, ng build, ng serve. Explore on these 3 commands. I have shared the official material. Those who have done with both the way of creating an application, so please explore on files, change your content on HTML and check the output. I have added 2 columns just to know how many of you have done from scratch and the other way, CLI. So once it is done, please update our sheet. Thanks, Vivek.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Share.
After the SRC folder, I create SRC folder and I have delete all and recreate this whole thing. So which command I use after the
So you are in the first tab. So what was the last command you tried? SRC folder.
Yeah.
Have you tried all till step 7?
Yeah, ma'am. This is my last command, and after I change this to here, create new SRC folder and all these things. So,
and then you create one another subfolder.
Yeah, ma'am. This is also created app folder.
App component.html, app module.ts.
All content.
Have you copy pasted the code?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you select the project and add webpack.config.js. No, not everything. You just copy webpack.config.js. Scratch demo. Paste it. Enter. I'm sorry, you need to create a package. MK file, it will not create. Okay, you select your project. Click new file, first option. No, it is creating under SRC. No, you should select your project. Wait, or you select any of the file. You select webpack. It's already there. Webpack.config.js.
Yeah, ma'am.
You select. Okay, then we'll go to the next step. But in Webpack only it is throwing an error, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
You give npm install. No. Once it is done, this force is optional.
No, ma'am. This is showing error. That's why.
Have you changed that file? I told you, okay, let's manually cross check. Go to your package.json. Scroll up. Okay, you try that force install, npm install --force. You try npm run build. At last, it is resulting in same error. This is Webpack.
After that one, what can I do?
It's an error. Scroll up. Scroll down. What is the last command you gave? Npm start. So before start, have you built your application? Npm run build?
Yeah, ma'am. It is building. Yeah.
There is no error.
No error.
Come down. But it's an error, right? Okay, start is an error. It will not come. Have you tried with the other way? All right, okay. It's a project is running in HTTP localhost 8080. You try that command once, npm run build. It's already created a distant folder.
Same error.
Have you tried with the other way?
Way 2, ma'am.
Second way.
No, ma'am. Wait, I just try.
You put this on hold. You try the other way. You do in front of me. You copy that command.
Yeah.
You go type cd dot dot.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
God. Why are you typing the command in the same folder? Let's try the outside. You give cd dot dot. Now you paste your command. Enter. If you want, you can give some other application name. I gave application name as demo-app1. Guys, if you want using CLI, you try to create some 2-3 applications and ensure that you're familiar with
Can I enter, ma'am?
CLI command. Yes. So as per your application name, it is new app. You give npx or you try the same command in your terminal, regular command prompt. You minimize it. You go to TypeScript. You give enter. So better if you are finding errors in your or warning in your terminal, use your regular command prompt.
Enter it.
So after creating new, you need to change the prompt for built and serve.
Ma'am,
You now change CD space. You give CD space. You press tab. No, what was your application? You keep on pressing the tab until you locate your folder. No, you simply press.
yeah, ma'am.
One more time. One more time. Next. Which one is your application name?
This is ma'am Scratch demo. This is my folder.
No. Scratch demo is the other folder. The one which you created some time back. What was your project name which you created few minutes back? Wait. Okay. Demo app 1.
Yeah. This is the
Wait, Rev, I'll confirm. Wait. See, ng new demo app 1 is the one which you created. So you have to give new demo app 1. Before that, if you want, you open your project in your Visual Studio. So file, open folder. You should not open file, open folder, the one which you created. It's demo app 1, right? You give the remaining 2 commands. So you should use cd space your application name, ng build, ng serve open is the command which is used to build and launch your project.
not loading my thing.
No problem. Okay. Once it is built, you give ng serve double hyphen open.
Can I press enter?
It takes time.
Rishikesh, you close and try ng build here or in your terminal.
Okay,
It's
ma'am.
taking a long time, no progress.
Ma'am, it's showing NG analytics disable.
You try with npx command. Adesh. All right. With this, I'm closing for the day, guys. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye all. Thank you.